ataxia, and what an excellent person he is, and mainly to understand that each and every one of us is rare, and all together we can get fruitful results. Vasilis, the floor to give you details on this issue. I have a brief introductory talk because we have the members of the Hellenic Association for Friedreich's Ataxia, the carers, the patients in Greece and abroad, the members of the medical community, researchers, representatives of pharmaceutical companies, friends, and all of you. We would like to welcome you in this effort that we are doing at the Institute of Pasteur, which we would like to thank for hosting us. Today is a day of hope. Why? Because our patients from all over Greece, whether they are together with us in this hall or through the internet, after many years that they were expecting for the highlighting of their disease, this becomes a reality. The success of today's event proves that with collective work, effort, targets, we can achieve a lot. Through the brief period of time from our foundation, our association managed to highlight in Greece Friedreich's ataxia, but also in Southern Eastern Europe, in the framework of an ambitious, but at the same time realistic action plan. We have put certain targets and actions which we implement step by step. Our association has developed successfully the internal and international cooperations, and it is a full member of Euroataxia, member of the Association of Patients in Greece of Rare Diseases. Our association also considers extremely significant the cooperation that it has developed in recent years with US Research Ataxia Alliance, which we would like to thank for their support in today's event. Allow me to address our patients all over Greece, who, most of them, are at an advanced stage of their illness, and as a result, they cannot be with us here today. I would like to address the guys in Veria, Thessaloniki, Chalkidiki, in the island of Paxous, the island of Corfu, Komotini, island of Kos, Heraklion, and Chania in Crete, Trikala, Lagada, Thessaloniki, and the island of Kalymnos. Also, I would like to address all our patients, their carers and parents who have enrolled in today's conference and are following the conference in more than 22 countries in the world: Argentina, Brazil, Austria, Belgium, Canada, Cyprus, Germany.
Recording in progress. Βασίλη, μιλάς? Τώρα έχεις.
Πώς θα μας πει η πρόεδρος των 95, κυρία Μέρη Αδαμοπούλου.
Mrs. Adamopoulou, because 6 to 8% of people in Europe have a rare disease. This reflects to 30 million citizens in the European Union. In all these people, we have to give some hope, and our efforts converge towards this point. Of course, we are not disillusioned. We know that we have a very difficult road ahead of us. We hope that we are very close to the first treatment and of the disease. Our job as representatives of the patients starts now, since we have to begin, so that these therapies will be available and accessible to our patients both in Greece and abroad. We are sure that the state will stand by us to the rare patient and show their interest and give equal opportunities to all the people. I would like to thank all of you, and without any further ado, let's begin our conference. Let's give the floor to Mr. Gerapetritis, Minister of State, to address the conference. I would like to thank you for the invitation to this first Pan-Hellenic Conference for Friedreich's Ataxia and wish you good luck in this conference for the clinical and approval of the first drugs that are going to help towards this direction. I have sent a big, which sends a big message of hope to all the citizens that they suffer from any kind of disease. I would like to talk to you about Mr. Karadia's contribution, who is serving this purpose, and my hope is that things will change to the best for the state mechanism, who at some degree has made some steps forward in order to enhance the public policy for disability, and I think it is a very good example of the horizontal policy of the state, and it was the first public policy that the new government undertook in 2019, following the recommendations of the United Nations for the rights of disabled people, and after systemic work, we had the National Action Plan for disabled people, and it was put into public dialogue in 2020, and it constitutes a very detailed approach with 6 pillars, 30 targets, actions that have specific body of implementation, specific budget, and specific timetable of implementation. We enhance all the practices, and on the other hand, for the first time, we have closed together all the actions that have to do with disability, with a central control system for the development of the National Action Plan. We have actions, the activation, of course, of the coordinating mechanism in all regions and municipalities and ministries. There is a reference point for monitoring this action plan so that we can have the real owner of its body who is responsible. And we set up the National Committee of Accessibility, the counseling body for the state, from people from Greece and abroad of high prestige that work with intensive rate in order to develop these policies. We had a wide codification of all the circulars that have to do with disability. Let me point out that we are talking about a field where the multi-laws was not a good example, a huge effort that was concentrated in over 7,000 pages so that each and every citizen will understand in a unified text the rights they have. We already have the electronic platform of accessibility for all the buildings of public interest, so that on the first level we can record, and second level to improve the accessibility of public buildings. Although already we have 30,500 buildings on this platform, and we have recorded a relevant amount of money from the recovery fund so that we can work this institution. We have the institutionalization of the first pilot program for the personal carer with 1,000 positions and beneficiaries with a certified disability of at least 67% for the region of Attica, and then for the rest of Greece. We have the inclusive approach in education, and on another level, we have employed 4,000 teachers for students of special needs and problems, so that we can have an essential educational policy for people with disabilities. We concluded the national strategy of implementation, and we will have the deinstitutionalization policy, and we have the unified page gov.gr, which is the first accessible platform of the public administration, certified with the highest degree, 3A, with the rights of the people of disabilities, and each and every person can have direct and without restrictions access. And in the next period, we have the unified card of disability, the transfer of KEPA into modern places in the Peace and Friendship Stadium. And of course, we have updating of the National Action Plan with new significant actions. Every society is judged with the respect that they show to the vulnerable citizens. I think that it's time we have inclusive policies in order to have a society open and accessible to everybody. Thank you very much. I hope you have a very fruitful conference with fruitful results. Thank you, State Minister, and allow me to read the message of Mr. Plevris, the Minister for Health. Honorable President, dear ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you for your invitation and hope that you achieve the targets of the conference. I feel a great pleasure that today I address this Pan-Hellenic conference. Ataxia means lack of taxes. As an illness, as a disease, causes the lack of taxes and autonomous movement. The conference is a landmark for our country because it's the first time in Greece. The issues that we are going to discuss are very impressive. The researches and the clinical research give us the hope for this disease. The people who suffer have the opportunity to speak in public for the problems they face and let us know the needs that they have. It is important to listen to all the problems they have so that we can relieve them both from the side of the state and science. They are symbols of persistence and courage, and we have to stand by them. It is important to have such scientific initiatives, information, awareness, exchange of opinion, education, clinical research, and direct communication with the people lead to the best service and better. I would like to welcome all the speakers from Greece and abroad and the organizers that they have worked hard for the success of this conference. I would like to address this conference and I wish you every success. Athanasios Plevris, Minister for Health. And let's hope that the Ministry of Health will embrace this initiative and will really stand by these patients. Now I will give the floor to the President of the Neurologic Society, Mr. Tsivgoulis, professor with huge scientific background, to talk to us about, to address the conference. Dear colleagues, dear patients, good morning. I am Yorgos Tsivgoulis, professor of neurology of the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens and president of the Hellenic Neurologic Society. I address the initiative of the Hellenic Society for Friedreich's Ataxia for the organization of the first Pan-Hellenic Conference. As a scientist and neurologist, I consider extremely important the public discussion that will promote the significance of this rare disease and the urgent need in order to find treatment. The presentation of modern scientific developments, of the pioneering clinical trials that are taking place globally, will offer new hopes to the patients that they suffer from this disease in order to have the best possible tackling of it. And now let's give the floor to Professor Neurologist, Mr. Stefanis. Good morning. You have the floor, Professor. Good morning. I would like to thank for the invitation. I would like to address this fantastic conference. It is the first meeting for Friedreich's Ataxia in Greece. Congratulations to the organizers. The program of the conference is very interesting. In our neurologic department, we have been addressing this disease and recording of patients from all over Greece, and we are doing a recording of incidents on a European network from Mario Panas and now Mr. Koutsis and Ms. Karadima. Therefore, as a clinic, we have a particular connection with the disease. My wife is a pediatrician neurologist, and she very often mentions children with Friedreich's ataxia and the burden that brings to the families. Therefore, altogether, we have to embrace this effort that is taking place and to be able to the patients that we have to include them in clinical research and to give a boost to research and addressing this rare and difficult disease. Good luck to the conference. Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Here we have learned that we must have the power of soul, and I think that has been shown. The Olympic winner of our heart, Mrs. Voula Patoulidou, who is together with us with the Olympic winner, but also the deputy head of the region of governor of Thessaloniki region. Good morning to everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, I am in front of you with awe, and I'm saying I'm standing because some scientists managed to do so. Realizing the awe, I would like to express my awe to these people who are trying to find solutions for problems of people who, while we consider that we do not have any problems, the pandemic showed us how vulnerable we are. We have constant challenges that we have to face, and of course, with the help of the scientists, we can overcome the hurdles. The funding of the infrastructure and the biological department of the Aristotle University in Thessaloniki was not only a need, but it was the need of the soul in order to support these people. The region of Macedonia, which is of Western Macedonia is important because when you get the approval for the funding, it is not the job of the region, it is the job of us, and we have to bend down to the scientists because they are like athletes to win a prize. Our prize is perhaps a medal, but the medal for the scientists is to win your life and to win the life for a certain people of people. Yes, 35,000 euros that we spend is nothing, but if this helps from a wheelchair to have a child standing up and to help another child to tackle their problem, I believe that we have a specific reason that we exist. Ataxia can only bring to take away the A and bring back order, taxes, in order to win our life. Thank you very much, and we will always be standing by you. The Pasteur work is well known, and we found out, those of us that we didn't know, due to the pandemic. We have been here for a very short time, and we feel that we have been accepted by these people. We would like to help them, but Mr. Stathis Gonos should allow us, give us a short address to the conference, please. Thank you, Mrs. Spiropoulou, Chair, dear participants, patients, above all, it's a great pleasure to host you here. The Hellenic Institute of Pasteur will constantly help towards these efforts, not only by providing our premises, but as you very well know, we do a lot of research for human health, services on diagnosis, not only the coronavirus, but other diseases, and of course, research to the wider field of neurology. Therefore, our actions are very many good projects, and I hope that the next challenge we will have fruitful results and to have a note of optimism. Have a good conference. Thank you very much. I think that the scientific community proved during the pandemic, because if you don't have any health problems, we do not really understand how important is the health issue. Now with the pandemic, we all realize that, and how important is the scientific community, and how we should let them to guide us, because with the evolution of science, we are going to have positive results, and we will give hope for the people of Friedreich's ataxia. Allow us, now that I talked about rare diseases, to give the floor to Mrs. Mary Adamopoulou. 95 associations of associations. We are talking about the 95% of the people that do not have a treatment. And you can see this in front of you when you don't know where to address, when you are lost. Ms. Adamopoulou, you talk to us. Good morning. Maria Adamopoulou. I am the president of Association 95 with all over Greece, representing patients with rare diseases, and for the first time in Greece we diagnose people I have a child with a syndrome Williams. It is a great pleasure to be with you in this Pan-Hellenic conference in order to inform for this rare disease, which is very difficult to address, and for children and adults. And of course, we have the imperative need for clinical research in order to find a treatment for the people who suffer. At this point, personally, I would like to thank my personal friend, Mr. Vasilis Karadzias, for the invitation and for the cooperation with our association. We we belong to, yes, conferences like the one today are extremely important, whether they are from the initiative of the patients or the cooperation of other people, not only for the latest developments and exchange of best practices, but because we all benefit, all the stakeholders, the most positive results. Of course, we have the real needs of the patients, we change attitude and we enhance cooperation. The treatment is one of the most important issues. The rare diseases, 6,000 to 8,000, is a category of diseases which impose to the patient and the family a huge burden. And the burden is in all sectors, somatic, psychological, social, financial, educational. So the journey has, the patient has a very difficult journey in order to manage, in order to have access, the holistic care, social exclusion, stigma. We should not forget that 50% of the population are children. Therefore, we are talking about very young people and with low life expectancy. With 95% of these diseases not having a treatment, we understand that the continuous care of the patients and the daily fight to survive exhaust the patient himself and their family. Cooperation is of all the stakeholders, the academia, the pharmaceutical industry, the society, scientists, health professionals, so that we can invest into research. We are here, and I am really relieved at the turning point where we can cooperate and we have a golden opportunity to exploit fully what the pandemic taught to us. And perhaps within the time not to lose patience, to invest today in what makes the unique hope for the rare diseases, research, development of therapies, drugs, in order to reach the patient. I would like to wish you good luck in the conference, and I expect with great interest the speeches of the foreign scientists and the patients. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Adamopoulou, dear Mary. And now, at this point, I would like to welcome our first panel. Welcome Mr. Kimiskidi, and from Mr. Koutsis and Mrs. Karadima, Mr. Likisas, to take their seats in the panel. Give us 1 minute.
Δεν ξέρω αν ακουγόμαστε.
Can you hear us? I don't know whether you can hear us.
Καλημερίζω τον κύριο Κιμισκίδη. Καλημέρα, κύριε καθηγητά.
Good morning, Mr. Kimiskidis. I don't know whether you can hear me. Yes, perfectly. I know that you had a very difficult day. And I know that you tried very hard to be together with us today. And thank you very much for it. Mr. Kimiskidis is a professor in neurology, director of the first neurology clinic from AHEPA, the University Hospital of Thessaloniki. We would like to thank you very much. You have the floor. Dear President, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you to this first session, the panel discussion. Prior to starting, allow me to congratulate the Hellenic Association for Ataxia of Friedreich and Mr. Karadzias personally for the organization of this conference, which is necessary and required today because the radical developmental progresses and the emerging treatments impose that all the involved parties work together, physicians, patients, the state, and I think that this is very clear in the perfect structure of today's conference. So let's start. Asking the question, what is Friedreich's ataxia? First of all, it is a rare disease, a disease that affects 1 in 50,000 people, but the carriers of the disease are many more, 1 to 70 or 90 people. It is considered a classic degenerative disease with very specific characteristics. Either we talk about sensory situation and state or the movement. Of course, there are subclasses of the classic phenotype. And we also have myocardiopathy, scoliosis, diabetes, and other manifestations as well. It is a rare picture of this Friedreich's ataxia, and I would like to stress 2 things. First of all, I mentioned that we're talking about a neurodegenerative disease, but from a clinical point of view, many times it is classified along with the musculoskeletal neuromusculoskeletal diseases, and we have 12 patients at HEPA hospital together with other patients with muscular dystrophy, etc. And there, it is quite clear that this disease is something special. It is different from all the others. I can mention 2 or 3 things. First of all, the Duchenne dystrophy, etc., are aggressive in the beginning, but in Friedreich's ataxia, this is something later during adolescence, and the progress is not so fast. The pulmonary function is a problem with the other dystrophies, but later on in Friedreich's ataxia. So there are specific differences, but there is also a common characteristic, and this is that in these neuromuscular diseases, the cooperation between many specialties required. This is something that has been set out in the guidelines about Friedreich's ataxia. This is something that we have to talk about today, whether all these guidelines are applied for the benefit of our patients. Another characteristic is the age of onset. Most of the patients with Friedreich's ataxia are at the age of 5 or later on. There are some patients that the onset of the disease is earlier than 5 years of age. 80 to 90% of the patients, we have the onset of the disease in the period from 5 to 20 years old. So practically, what does this mean? It means that we need a treatment that practically addresses all the age spectrum. It means that the patients, we are going to live with this disease from the childhood to adolescence, from adolescence to adulthood. They are going to go to primary education, secondary education, university, try to find work, and in these phases of their life, they are going to need a specific treatment. What is this specific treatment? This is something that we're going to talk about in this first session. I would like to ask Mr. Dinopoulos, Argyris Dinopoulos, Associate Professor in Pediatric Neurology at Atiko Hospital, to take the floor and talk to us about the beginning of this disease. Mr. Dinopoulos, you have the floor. Please unmute. And also share the screen.
Εντάξει.
Πολύ ωραία. Πολύ ωραία.
Okay.
Γεια σας από μένα. Είμαι σε...
Hello. Thank you very much, Mr. Karajas, for the invitation. It is a conference, as I heard, from the people that practically deal with this neurodegenerative disease, and I admire them, because every day we talk with families that have children with neurodegenerative diseases. And I really hope that at the end of this conference, we are going to have fruitful conclusions or fruitful findings that are going to help these patients. I'm going to talk to you about childhood, the disease in childhood, and some clinical characteristics of the Friedreich ataxia in childhood. And I use this motto because practically we are experiencing some very good days that we see diseases that in the past could not be treated or curable, and could lead to death. And nowadays we see that there are molecular techniques of genetic processing that practically can change the morbidity landscape. And I really believe that very soon something will arise for Friedreich's ataxia. This is why my presentation is going to be a review of the primary signs. We see that in all these diseases, the earlier that we can apply this genetic treatment, the better for the patient. So the early diagnosis at the point that the child does not show many symptoms, we have an accumulation practically of all the signs, the symptoms of mobility skills. It is not like the other neuromuscular diseases. Here we have some introductory notes. We're talking about a known old disease. In the German Nicholas Friedrich described for the first time all the symptoms, as we know. The majority of the general damage is practically due to FXN mutations, and this means a reduced synthesis of frataxin. And this gene can be expressed in the cerebellum, in spinal cord, heart, muscle, pancreas, the spine, and we have the various symptoms of the disease. And in contrast to other diseases that practically genetically are due to similar situations, DAA 3 nucleotide expansions in intron 1, things are a bit different here. Frataxin, which is the protein that is a regulator, practically. The nuclear symptoms, as they are very clearly described, is the progressive cerebellar ataxia, usually observed up to the age of 15. And there are sensory problems, dysarthria, myocardiopathy, musculoskeletal lesions, and of course, diabetes mellitus, which is not a neurological sign, but it is manifested in this disease. If children come to us with ataxia, but at the beginning, everything is normal. Here we have Andreas, 9 years old, that cannot tie his shoes. Something that his classmates have managed years ago. His mother helps him to wash his hair and cut his food. And we see that progressively this child, although could do all these things in the past, and now he cannot, tries to adjust to the difficulties that are presented. And here we have the ataxia that we see established slowly, difficulties in getting down the stairs, and this ataxia is cerebellar and at the same time sensory, because we can see that very often. Here we have the scale for the assessment and rating of ataxia. The acronym is SARA. It is used by all clinicians, and it is used to recognize the disease. We use this tool, this instrument, for our patients with ataxia, and of course, patients with Friedreich ataxia. There are other specific tools. And let's see this situation. Here you can see a child, the way that he walks. Practically, the child does not fall down, very quickly walks, but there is something in his gait. It is not normal. Sometimes it goes towards a corner or a table, cannot turn away. And sometimes we ask the child to have this type of walking, something that cannot be achieved when we have the ataxia. Very difficult for the child to do it. And in this way, we assess the gait, the walking. Another way to assess is the stance, the posture of the body. We can assess it as a stance with a wide support base. We have the grade 10, and we see whether a child can stand in this way for 10 seconds, as in this case. You can see that it's very difficult. Things become more difficult when we ask the child to join the 2 feet together. In this case, there is no way that the child can stand upright. And more difficult things become when we have this support base, one leg in front of the other. In this way, we grade the stance. Then we have the sitting position. The sitting position in the beginning is not affected, but later on it is affected. We see that the child here is not affected in the sitting position, normal sitting position, no difficulties. And the assessment of the speech is important. Speech disturbance is very important, the impaired speech. We ask the child to talk, and we can see that there is anarthria in many cases. Then we go to the limbs, the finger chase, as we call it. As you can see here, where the child is asked to do specific movements, and we measure dysmetria. In this case, there is dysmetria that is lower than 5 centimeters. In the nose finger test, in this test, we can assess dysmetria again, but also tremor. In the specific case, between 2 and 5 centimeters. Another test is the test of fast alternating hand movements. We see that there are slow movements in many cases, and in this case, we see that it is slightly irregular. And another test, quite difficult to be performed by children, heel shin slide, where the ataxic patients have this pathological abnormal manifestation. In this way, we examine children and we can easily see if there are some early forms of ataxia, because as I said, it is very important to have an early diagnosis, because sooner or later we are going to have some kind of treatments, and we're going to hear to some specialists later on about the possible treatment for the ataxia. We have used adebenone with some good results and stabilization in these tests. We really hope that a gene treatment or a gene modification treatment will address the problem in a more functional way. And after the early diagnosis by the pediatricians, as I said before, that the neurodegeneration has not progressed, we would be able to treat them. I really hope that this conference will give us fruitful conclusions. We are experiencing a period of hope in neurodegenerative diseases. I would like to thank Mr. Dimopoulos for this very informative presentation. We gave us a brief and full picture of this disease. It is a degenerative disease, and it is very important to have the opinion of a physician for the adult patients as well. And this is why we're going to have Mr. Koutsis with us. Mr. Koutsis, who is an assistant professor of neurology and neurogenetics. Thank you very much for the invitation. And I feel extremely...
I think there are too many patients here which are Greek speaking, and for some of them it might not be ideal. So since you have this concomitant translation, I will switch to Greek. Sorry about this. Okay. Γεια σας.
Good morning. I'm very glad to see so many people here in the room with families and patients. I come from the Genetian Hospital together with Karadimou for many years, managing the genetic department of the hospital. I'm going to mention two more things. Since 2017 at the Genetian Hospital, we are participating in this European registry, and we see the patients prospectively. We have this follow-up, trying to be closer to the European activities and actions, trying to have our patients in studies and trials and have access to various drugs. The first neurology clinic at the Genetian Hospital was recognized as a center of rare diseases, neurological diseases. We are a member of the European Reference Network, and FRIEDREIC'S ATAXIA is included in the diseases that have been certified in this framework as a rare hereditary ataxias, and this is going to help our patients in the future. This is the structure of my speech. It's quite brief. The introductory elements have already been said. I don't want to tire you by saying the same things again and again. Just two clinical points, perhaps, to be underlined for the neurologists. Then I'm going to talk to you about the epidemiology in Greece, as these data have been collected for the 25 years in the clinic. A very brief picture of the clinical progress of the Greek patients. We're going to see very briefly the algorithm that we use, but of course the genetic and molecular approach is going to be touched upon by Mrs. Karadima later on. Nikolaus Friedreich was the first one to describe the disease, the German, and very soon he understood that it was a hereditary disease. In 1996, the gene was discovered. Let's say here that this expansion that leads to the loss of movement, it is a residual disease, a residual gene, and if the two allele, we have the symptoms if the gene is inherited from the two parents. Residual ataxias, as you can see here, just 2% of all the ataxias. There is a gradient. When we talk about the prevalence in Europe, it seems that it is more frequent in Western Europe and becomes rarer when we go towards the East. But of course, this is not something specific about the clinical picture. I'm not going to spend much time here. The first symptom may not be neurological. 1 in 50 patients, the first thing that experiences is perhaps cardiac and visits a cardiologist, but in the majority, the first symptom is the problems of walking. Also, the characteristic is the sensory cerebellar ataxia from the beginning, not just cerebellar. We have a mixed ataxia, and this means something practical for the neurologist as well. In the first years, usually do not have cerebellar atrophy that cannot be seen in the MRI. And this means that sometimes the diagnosis is not specific. Cerebellar atrophy comes later on in this disease. There is a percentage of atypical forms in the Greek patients, 10 to 15% of the patients. The disease starts later than 25 years of age and progresses slowly. And this is related to the number of the repetitions of the alleles later smaller than 200. Now, at the Hellenic Hospital, we said that 1996 the gene was found. In 1997, we tried to have the first molecular diagnosis. 1997, 2021, 92 series of patients representing families of patients where we have residual manifestation or sporadic ataxia. Half of them have Friedreich ataxia. And we see the incidence of this ataxia in the Greek population. All these years, you're here at the laboratory with your assistants, have diagnosed 111 patients. I want to stress that the neurogenetic unit has been the only laboratory in the public health system that continuously ongoing without interruptions offers the molecular diagnosis, and I believe that we have patients from all over Greece. In the first years, patients used to go to Cyprus, but in the last 10 years, our unit, our clinic plays the most important role. And here you can see the cases based on the residence of the patients. You can see that the disease can be found all over the territory of Greece, at least according to the data that we have. In a study performed some years ago with fewer patients, we tried to see whether some regions show higher prevalence. There was the idea that this is the Aegean Islands, the region of the Aegean Islands, specifically the islands of Ikaria and Milos. The mutation was very prevalent on the island of Milos, a man that had the disease, married a carrier of the disease. Pseudodominant was expressed in the children, so we believe that there is an increased incidence on these islands. For the clinical picture of the patient, this is a very busy slide, based on 111 patients diagnosed in the last 24 years. The gender is, as you can see, divided. The average age that we see the patient is around the age of 25, but many of them had already been diagnosed by children's neurologists. Around the age of 15, we have the onset of the disease. 12 to 13% of the patients have a late manifestation onset of the disease. You can see that the gait symptom is for all the patients. Babinski sign here. As the disease progresses, we have a paralysis of the legs at a certain degree. This is a screenshot of the patients when we show them, but we have to follow up the patients in the years to come. This is the IFAX data here. 13 patients that we have followed up for at least 3 years in the IFAX framework, and we see that this scale presented to you by Mr. Dinopoulos before has a progressive increase, and as an average, in 3 years, our patients had an increase of 4 points in this scale. Last year, we had in Lancet a publication. We do not diverge very much. The speed of progress depends whether the patients are ambulatory or not, the age as well. But I think more or less the conclusions are that our patients are the same with the European patients. 26 patients we have included in the IFAX, a satisfactory number of patients, and I really hope that in the future we are going to have more patients in IFAX. A few words about the suspicion. When you become suspicious that this diagnosis should be made, apart from the medical history of the family, sometimes we have parents that come from the same village, or ataxia has been manifested in a child, another child of the family. Mrs. Paradima is going to talk to you about these things, but in sporadic ataxias as well, with onset before the age of 25, we have to think about the Friedreich's ataxia when we see specific symptoms. In the 50s, we had more children in the family, and now we have only 2 children in a family by following this, applying this algorithm in a study some years ago from the sporadic patients that have an onset earlier than 25, over half of the patients. Sometimes we see that we can diagnose all the patients that have the ataxia, but sometimes we can, using this algorithm, diagnose an extra 10% of symptomatic patients. The conclusions are that we talk about a residual disease. FXN is the gene responsible, and the repetition of this gene is a more frequent ataxia with an early onset. The prevalence in Greece is 1 in 100,000 patients. It is met all over Greece with some clusters, possible clusters of the islands of the Aegean. The clinical picture of the patients in Greece does not differ from other European patients. 12% has this late onset Friedreich's ataxia, and we must suspect that something is wrong when we see patients with some specific symptoms after excluding other causes. I would like to conclude my speech here. You see the key members of our clinic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Koutsis, for this comprehensive presentation that is based on their experience, and I think it was very appropriate, and the role that they have played in the diagnosis of ataxia. Unfortunately, there is no time for questions. Perhaps at the end of the session, some urgent questions may be answered. Now, the next topic, the next speaker, it was mentioned by Mr. Koutsis that cardiological problems sometimes constitute the beginning, the initiation of the diagnosis, but definitely at a big number of patients are the reasons of early mortality. Mr. Yiannopoulos is the professor of pediatric cardiological at the hospital AHEPA. Mr. Yiannopoulos, you have the floor. Good morning to everybody. It is a great pleasure and honor to be present in the first Pan-Hellenic conference for Friedreich's ataxia. I would really love to be with you, but due to professional reasons for the AHEPA hospital, I have to be in Thessaloniki. I would like to give my warm congratulations to Mr. Karatsias, the president, who managed, together with his team, to create this Hellenic Association of Friedreich's ataxia. We are talking about a very rare disease, which, together with the creation of this association, we, the doctors, become better, and we feel that we are not alone. We need everybody, we need to be together. And I think what was said at the beginning of the conference is that everybody is welcome. We have to fight together, and all the achievements and good results derive from collective efforts. My warm congratulations to Mr. Karatsias, and I would like to thank him that he gave me the honor and pleasure to be together with you in this conference. I think, can you see the, okay, can you see the screen and my slides? Therefore, we are talking about a neurodegenerative disease that creates problems to the cardiovascular. This we have to talk about with neurologists and cardiologists as well, and you will see in which way and how important is the participation of a cardiologist in Friedreich's ataxia. Epidemiologically, lots of things have been mentioned. Definitely, they are more common. It's more common in Caucasian and Sub-Saharan Africa, Asia, and United States. 1 out of 50,000 or 1 out of 100,000, as it was said, roughly we expect 1 to 2 children to be born per year in Greece. When we have Greece with 100 births per year, we expect 1 or 2 children to be born in Greece. Roughly are these the numbers. Very interesting things were said by Mr. Koutsis, who talked to us about the island of Ikaria. Look, the strange things of nature. Everybody admires Ikaria because they live for over 100 years. And in Ikaria, you don't die if you don't exceed 100 years old. But sometimes nature reverses itself. It is well known, the stories of pathophysiology of the disease, where we have a problem in the gene of frataxin with GAA. Naturally, in a natural person, this triplet has repetitions from 6 to 36. In ataxia Friedreich, these repetitions go over 66. Some people say more than 66. Roughly, what else we see? More than 100 or up to 1,700. And this is extremely significant because the diagnosis gets through the gene, and we can see all these things and have to do with the prognosis of the disease. As the more serious it is, the more the repetitions. Perhaps they have 1,200, 1,700 repetitions. The lower this number, the prognosis is better. We are talking about a problem, dysfunction of mitochondria and the disturbances in the production of energy. Therefore, the mitochondrion and the consequences that we have with the cells. Therefore, we are talking about the body, fingers, legs and hands, dysarthria, diabetes. What I would say, because I address children, I am a cardiologist that I will undertake children's ages, is what we start with with a clumsy child, which is clumsy. And I'm mentioning that because in pediatrics, if something is out of the natural, the pediatricians are familiar and they always have a cardiovascular control and check. There were cases where we had the diagnosis in Achepa Hospital in Thessaloniki from the cardiological part, that is to say, before ataxia was named, we had the clumsy child from which we asked to have a cardiological check, and immediately we have with the alarm, we have the genetist who comes to get together the puzzle parts, hypertrophic and myocardiological and cardiopathy, and in a preventive test that we may have, we are talking about hypertrophic cardiopathy together with the neurological issues, and that's how we got to the diagnosis. That is to say, starting with the first neurological symptoms in combination that the pediatrician who is familiarized a sense for cardiological control, we have the Friedreich's ataxia. And all the things that were said by the previous speakers, that the ages that we usually see, and we have the majority of diagnosis at the age of 15, I believe that in the years to come, this will be decreased because now we are more familiar and much more easily we can have the diagnosis, and we have gene controls compared to previous years. That is to say, we have become wiser. Therefore, this delay in diagnosis of previous years, I believe that from now on will be much sooner with better results in improving the situation of these children. What we all know is that all of them will have a problem with myocardiopathy. In the cases where the first diagnosis of ataxia without having cardiological tests, it is self-evident that the cardiological test will follow, which in its majority will prove the existence of myocardiopathy. Whatever, also what was nice to be said is that we may have myocardiopathy with the absence of neurological symptoms. Now, how often does a Friedreich ataxia occurs? And there, 5%, which you understand is a very, very small percent, where we can have Friedreich's ataxia with cardiovascular and have a lack of neurological symptoms, was said, of course, earlier on. As regards the cardiovascular, taking into consideration that it is a mitochondrial disturbance, we have a lack of protein. This leads to myocardiopathy inosis and fibrosis, and we have rarely we can have asymmetric hypertrophic, and even more rarer. Therefore, the myocardiopathy hypertrophic prevails, but it is not the classic one, or the inherited myocardiopathy has nothing to do with the hypertrophic myocardiopathy of Friedreich's ataxia, because here we have the intervention, the delayed end. We have, that is to say, we lose the heart process. That is to say, we cannot have beta blockers treatment, which is the choice in the hypertrophic myocardiopathy. When we started with a child, for example, with a diagnosis of hypertrophic myocardiopathy, the first thing we did was beta blockers. When we had the gene diagnosis that we have Friedreich's ataxia, we stopped these blockers because it creates problems. It is very basic to us. We have become wiser in all this throughout the time as regards the address of the children with these cardiological problems. The index of serious cardiological disease mainly is what I said, that it has to do with the age. The earlier we start, we have the neurological symptoms, the worse the prognosis will be, and also as regards the number of the triplet repetition. And this does not have to do with the neurological symptoms and the duration of the disease. Perhaps we have people that are at a late age and with serious neurological symptoms, but they have decreased triplet repetitions. And of course, it is difficult to estimate the seriousness of the cardiac participation because of the comorbidities. The help that we have is the echo. In very few minutes, you have the diagnosis, and now that we are acquainted with the cardiomyopathy, we are very familiar in order to see things more than we used to see in the past, that is microgranular and so on and so forth, which direct us, guide us better in early diagnosis and treatment. The MRI helps quite a lot. Yes, it is an expensive examination, but mostly it will confirm to you with who, to see this inosis, the Friedreich's ataxia.
Sometimes it is not the hypertrophy as such, but the fibrosis. But of course, we can use newer techniques, the strain rate, in the ultrasound, where we can detect subclinical patients that, and this is going to help in the future. The ECG is characteristic, and you see a very simple test, very simple tests. These clumsy children that we see, they visit us, and only from the ECG, which is something very quick, and you can have the diagnosis and the ultrasound later on. So we have characteristic signs that we can see here, conductivity disorders, and this is the result of the fibrosis in the myocardium with the blocks and everything, as you can see here. But specifically these disorders, the conductivity disorders, are the main characteristic. Now about the treatment, many things have been said. As a conclusion, I can say that Indebenon, an antioxidative agent, something that we work is the antioxidative agents. So Indebenon has some very good outcomes. This is something to be seen later on. This is the only tool that we have in the antioxidative group, which has to do with the transfer of electrons and the restoration of energy. There are some results that says that we have an improvement of the hypertrophy of the myocardium. We will see later on how things will be affected. I'm not going to tell you some studies that have been published with many patients that we have some positive outcomes, but as you can understand, many things need to be done in order to have our final conclusions. I would like to have to give some hope, some optimistic messages. Gene treatments we do not have in people. The first efforts that have been carried out in mice showed a reverse of the biochemical and the cellular changes in myocardiopathy, but this only in mice. I think that the future in medicine is going to be something extraordinary, and I think that in a few years, and I really believe that in the future, this is something that will be quite different from what we are seeing today. Everything will be related to genes, to genetics. We will be able to intervene in these genes and have targeted treatments, the same disease in different people with these triplets and these sequences and these repetitions. We will be able to intervene in a targeted way. I believe that this is the future. It's going to be extraordinary and very impressive. I would like again to give my congratulations to Mr. Karagias that today we have the first conference on this rare disease, the Pan-Hellenic Conference. I really hope the best and wish the best for the president and the members of this association. We need them, we need their help. Thank you very much.
Να ευχαριστήσω και εγώ τον
I would
κύριο
like to thank Mr. Giannopoulos for this very comprehensive presentation. You gave us information about the various aspects, and you gave us some hope for the future. We do not have time for questions. Now, you stressed that sometimes cardiology problems is the way to have the diagnosis of the patients, but more frequently the orthopedics problems give us a suspicion that this disease is now happening, taking place. We are going to manage these symptoms and these signs. So Likisas Marios has the floor from the University of Crete. Thank you very much. Allow me to start with a small story. Some years ago, I was visited by an adolescent with his family with one of the most frequent symptoms that adolescents face, scoliosis. One of the most common problems in adolescence, and he had the surgery. He underwent surgery. There were some other problems of neurological nature that we detected. So when Alkis visited me again, the diagnosis was Friedreich ataxia. So we have patients that visit us for orthopedic reasons, and the diagnosis comes later on.
Αισθάνομαι λοιπόν πολύ τυχερός σήμερα και είναι μεγάλη μου τιμή.
It is a great honor for me that I got to know these people, and I became a member of this family, a family that is called Ataxia of Friedreich, and I would like to warmly congratulate Mr. Karagias, the president, and his team for everything that he has accomplished today. Waiting for the slides of the speaker. There is always a plan B if this does not work.
Χωρίς να θέλω να σας κουράσω, λοιπόν, μέσα στα επόμενα 10 λεπτά θα σας πω μερικά πράγματα.
In the next 10 minutes, I'll tell you a few things that have to do with the orthopedic problems that may arise. These problems is the spinal cord and foot.
Συνήθως έχουμε λοιπόν έναν αδύναμο βραχυπερονιαίο και
There.
προπερονιαίο και έναν δυνατό οπίστιο κρινιαίο και μακρόπερονιαίο, οι οποίοι ανταγωνίζονται με αποτέλεσμα να δημιουργούν την παραμόρφωση αυτή. Και η παραμόρφωση αυτή ουσιαστικά
This problem is
τον πρινισμό, δηλαδή την έσωστροφή του προστίου ποδός και την αντισταθμιστική ρευότητα της στέρνας. Υπάρχει ένα πολύ συχνό τεστ το οποίο χρησιμοποιούμε σε
There is a very usual frequent test that we use for these people that includes the support on a block. So, if the heel is corrected, we talk about a flexible malformation. Otherwise, we're talking about a rigid malformation. So, children and adolescents with these problems, when they suffer from ataxia of Friedreich, very usually they also suffer from pain due to the problems on the legs. Also, pain on the outer surface of the foot, because usually they walk in a very peculiar way, and this means that there is a problem that is created on the surface of the foot, on the lower surface of the foot. At the same time, not so frequent, there's going to be pain in other parts of the foot. Now, the way that we're going to approach a patient that suffers from all these problems depends on the severity of malformation, whether there are symptoms, other symptoms as well from the ataxia of Friedreich, and whether we talk about an ambulatory patient or not. In mild cases, we use an arthrex, which is placed inside the shoe. Sometimes we can choose to have a surgical procedure for patients that are in a more severe cases. And depending on the severity of the problem, we try to correct the problems that exist in the joint or the various parts of the foot. Of course, I'm talking about ambulatory patients, but usually the foot is neglected in these patients. Now, when we talk about the spine and the malformations, we have two big categories. When we have the scoliosis and or kyphosis. According to the international medical literature, the spinal malformation in these children with ataxia of Friedreich ranges from 63 to 100%. 63% is mentioned by a study based on a DNA test in younger children. So this incident is reduced. practically the incidence is higher than 63%, closer to 90 to 100%. So this ataxia is scoliosis is manifested a few years after the ataxia and affects both genders. It is very interesting that scoliosis in ataxia of Friedreich is combined with sclerosis, something that is not very common when we have idiopathic scoliosis, which is the most frequent one. In a big number of cases, 1/3 of the patients that have malformation of the spine are not going to require a specific method of treatment. Treatment is required when we have a progressive deterioration of the malformation, and this is usually for children when the scoliosis is diagnosed before the age of 15, and in the children with ataxia before the age of 10. Malformations that we see in the spine in children with ataxia of Friedreich are radiologically similar to the ones that we see in idiopathic malformations of the spine. And this is something that confuses us. That's happened in the case of Akis that I mentioned at the beginning. An exception is the malformations that we see in other neurological diseases that lead to the displacement of the body in towards one direction. As I said, 45 to 70% scoliosis is combined with deficits. A very peculiar, specific characteristic is that we have left thoracic problems compared to the right ones that we see in other idiopathic scoliosis. Ataxia of Friedreich follows the specific rules concerning the clinical treatment, the drugs and medication to be used, and the surgical procedure that can be used. As in all spinal malformations, a guardian is used when we have malformation from 25 to 50 degrees, but also in children or adolescents that cannot undergo a surgical procedure due to the problems with the heart. But it seems that in children with ataxia of Friedreich, the guardian is not effective. It is not going to affect the degenerative progress of the disease. So we see a deterioration of the malformation inside the guardian. Now about the imaging control, we have an assessment and evaluation of the spine because the spine can affect the way that the head is held and the hip as well. I would like you to know that there are studies that show that sometimes we have in the MRI the anatrophy which is shown. So the CT scan is very useful for us, for children that have a big degree of malformation, and this can help us in order to design the surgical procedure. It is very important to have a good cooperation with cardiologists, children's cardiologists that are going to assess the child and give us the okay in order to go on with the surgery. And sometimes we have problems with the lungs as well. And of course, we have to exclude the possibility of diabetes mellitus that could affect the surgical procedure. When we have over 50 degrees malformation, the surgeon must be aware of the problems that might exist, osteopenia, for example, for children that use a wheelchair, and urology problems. And something very specific is the absence or reduction of the sensory potentials that we see during the surgical procedure. What does this practically mean? During the surgical procedure, we have the corrections carried out. A neurologist is present in the operating room, giving us some potentials in order to record the function of the spinal cord. Unfortunately, this cannot be done in these children with ataxia of Friedreich. This is something that we can overcome in recent years with the recording of the potentials and the possibility to place the inserts, the graphs very accurately using robotic medicine now. When we have idiopathic, in these children, we have to include every curvature, and when we have a child that is not ambulatory, we have to expand our procedure up to the hip so that a correct position is given to the child sitting on the wheelchair. Again, it was a great honor to be here today with you. Thank you very much. I would like to thank Mr. Lekisas for his speech that shed light to all the problems, orthopedic problems that might exist for these patients and their quality of life. As I said, we do not have time for questions, so I would like to ask the last speaker, Mrs. Karadima, Assistant Professor in Biology and Neurogenetics at the Unitarian Hospital, to develop us the position of genetics in guiding these patients. Good morning to everybody. Thank you very much, the association, for the invitation to be a speaker in the Prevalence conference. I would like to ask Mr. Timothyris for his introduction. I'm going to talk to you about the contribution of the neurogenetics unit in the diagnosis and study of the ataxia of Friedreich in Greek patients. These are some limitations, and this is the outline of my presentation. I'm going to give you some genetic information about the gene, and in the end, I'm going to focus on the capabilities, on the possibilities that we have at our unit now and in the future about the diagnosis, provision of assistance, both for the patients and their families. As you know, the cell is the subunit of the body, and we can see it only through specific tools. In the nucleus of each cell, we have the genetic material, the DNA. This DNA is stored in 23 chromosome pairs. And we have there the genes that have the codifying information about the proteins required by our body. In this slide, you can see the 23 chromosome pairs, 22 autosomal ones. Each one comprises two chromosomes, exactly the same. And here we have the FX gene, which is responsible for the ataxia of Friedreich. Here we see the fratraxin gene, 5 code regions. These red boxes were codified. We have the information in order to create the Fratraxin protein. Between the boxes 1 and 2, the actions, we have the repetition GAA, you can see on the picture, and when we have variation of these repetition, when we have more than 66 repetitions, this gene is abnormal pathogen for the person that carries it. And it has to be mutated in both chromosomes because we're talking in ataxia of Friedreich about a autosomal recessive disease. Smaller than 66 repetitions, we're talking about the normal gene. More than 66, we have the abnormal one. This is related to 96% of the ataxia of Friedreich cases. In very rare cases, we have we have point mutations, these red boxes, one nucleotide to change in one of them. In this case, these people have in one chromosome the abnormal repetition of GAA, in the other chromosome, they have a point mutation. So we're talking about a combinational heterozygotypes. The more repetitions we have, the more severe the symptoms and the earlier the age of the onset of the disease. So we have the GAA mutation, increase the repetitions of GAA more than 66. The gene stops functioning. Frataxin protein is, the production of this protein is blocked. And Fratraxin protein is very important to have the function of mitochondrions. We're talking about very small formations inside the cell generating energy. When we do not have energy generated, the cell cannot function, so there is a necrosis. The Fratraxin gene is expressed in the cardiac tissue, neurological tissue, and the pancreas. So the most common clinical signs focus on these specific tissues. Now, 1997 and onwards, we understood and discovered the Fratraxin gene and saw the mutations related to the disease, and with the progress of the molecular medicine and genetics, we can now detect the disease in the DNA of each person. So we can provide genetic control both for the patients and the normal carriers of the disease. So we start from the clinician, specialist, or a clinical genetician that calls from the guidelines of the international literature will be applied in order to detect the error in the Fratraxin gene. 96% of the cases, the key error is the GAA repetition of action 1, and in some cases we have point mutations. So the laboratory protocols are a big PCR, a multiplication of the region that includes these 3 nucleotide repetition, or a PCR that has another axis. We use them in order to detect this 3 nucleotide repetition, whether the Sanger sequencing, reading one by one of the bases of the codifying regions, is used in order to determine the very rare point mutations, and in this way to find the combined heterozygotypes. So these two techniques are applied at the Aginitio Hospital. Since 1997 to date, 619 genetic controls have been performed. 111 cases were positive for ataxia of Friedreich, and 102 were normal carriers. Now, recapping, we're talking about an autosomal recessive disease, which means that for a person to get the disease, both genes in pair 9 chromosomes must be mutated. These children, as a rule, come from parents, as you can see here, man and woman, are normal carriers. As you can see in their chromosomes, they have an abnormal chromosome and one normal, so they are carriers of the mutation. 25% possibility the first child to have ataxia of Friedreich, 50% to have children that are going to be carriers, to have the mutation only in one of the chromosomes, and 25% that have two normal chromosomes. It is a key to see, to examine the carriers when we have a family of which a member has ataxia of Friedreich. The parents and the siblings must be controlled. It is very important when we have scheduled pregnancies, prenatal control and tests must be carried out, and this is the only way to prevent the transfer of the mutated gene in the next generations, and this is a way to abolish the disease, increase the incidence of the disease, as you heard from the previous speakers, is when there is some kind of affinity between the parents and the common origin. So in our unit, most of you know it because you have visited us. We have a special clinic, genetics clinic, and neurogenetic laboratory. These are combined and cooperate, so in the end, we can have a timely and valid diagnosis. We provide consultancy, genetics consultancy, and follow-up for our patients. In the last 4 years, we have radical developments in the first neurology clinic at the Aginitio Hospital. Since 2019, we are a reference center for rare diseases for Greek population. In 2020, the first neurology clinic was included in the European networks for rare neurology diseases, and of course, the ataxia of Friedreich is included in one of them, and of course, in IFAX. In the last 4 years, Evian also is a research program that started by Stefani and Partegaraki 2 years ago, aiming at providing genetic diagnosis and clinical diagnosis free of charge for the Greek population and genetic control of rare neurological diseases. In this program, Ataxia of Friedreich is not included. And because there is a pan-Hellenic network, we believe that in the future it will be included. Finally, apart from all this, a few words about the tests that are qualitative certified by a European network, UN, and in the last years, through cooperations between us and the laboratory of neurogenetics in Cyprus, we have a collaboration and confirmation of the results. In the future, we are going to have a great development in our laboratory because we're expecting specific instruments for targeted and non-targeted DNA analysis tests. Many genes are going to be tested using new generation sequencing, automated instrument for DNA isolations, and this means that the results are going to be more coordinated and sooner than what is happening now. And accuracy. The space that we have in the laboratory is expanded by 25 square meters for the new instruments, and concluding, we are ready after 1 year, the Neurogenetics laboratory to get the national certification. And I would like to thank Mr. Karadas and your association for the help provided for the calibration of the instruments and the machines that we use. One of the many tests that we had to take in order to get the certification. Thank you very much for your attention. Whatever happens, new medicines, I am optimistic about new treatments, but in order to eliminate the disease, if the screening, the genetic screening is included in the prenatal test of a person that wants a child in the family, this is a procedure which is not very expensive and will have radical outcomes. Thank you very much.
Να ευχαριστήσω την κυρία Καραδήμα για την εξαιρετική αυτή παρουσίαση και για την ενημέρωση.
Thank you, Mrs. Karadima, for the excellent presentation and the information she gave us, which plays a decisive role. As I said, we do not have time for questions. I would like to thank all the speakers, and I think it was confirmed. It was confirmed that the level of provision of services in our country as regards the Friedreich ataxia is great. Thank you very much for the time being. Thank you, Mr. Kimiskidis, Mr. Koutsis, Dinopoulos, Giannopoulos, Likisas, Mrs. Karadima, for the very important contribution in today's event. I think the fact that we came at 1 o'clock shows the interest and I think we will not have time for our break because we have people from Australia and the United States. Therefore, we should be on time. Therefore, I know that you are tired, but let's give a stretch for 5 minutes and then we change the panel and we carry on. Thank you very much.
Βουλευτή του Ελληνικού Κοινοβουλίου,
very sensitive for children. We would like to thank her for the efforts she does. There is a campaign of the European Parliament for the protection of children, for children's abuse, and she coordinates the National Action Plan for sexual abuse. Mrs. Elena Rapti, to take the floor, please. I would like to thank for the invitation. Wish you good, fruitful conference. I am here as a coordinator from the European Council for sexual children's abuse to sensitize and make people aware with all the tools that we have from the European Parliament, so that we can teach the children all the golden rules that the European Council says. We talk to them about their body, all the related issues. And now we have a new cartoon story where the protagonist is on a wheelchair so that we can protect the more vulnerable children. Our aim is to stand by them, listen to them, so that they know how they can avoid the situation that may lead them to a difficult situation, but make parents aware to be careful with the emotions of our children. You know, the villain in sexual abuse comes from the family environment of the child, knows the person or trusts, and perhaps we know this person and we trust this person. 1 out of 5 children in Europe will have sexual abuse. In Greece, this is 16%, and only 2 out of 100 children break their silence because their feelings are mixed. A person that they love and trust creates harm to them. At the same time, they love them, but they don't want for this thing to carry on. We, through the informative tools, to try to urge children to speak. But at the same time, the state has a national action plan with the initiative of the Prime Minister, which is for the protection of children's sexual abuse. And for this action plan, 11 ministries cooperate, because we have to have specific policies that will help so that we can restructure the institutional operations, become children-friendly, and help towards this direction. With the thought that the informed children are safe, we continue the sensitization and awareness campaign. I will leave the informative material so that it can reach all children, and I will be here to stand by in your efforts as a member of parliament, and at the same time in any other field that may be necessary. Thank you very much for your attention. It's time to go to the second panel to talk about the clinical research and innovative treatment. I am very glad that we women have scientific importance, and it is proved by all of you that you are here and every day at the place of your work. The next coordinator is Mrs. Evangelia Giannaki, head in the hematological clinic of the Papanikolaou Hospital and associate professor at the Washington Seattle University in gene treatment under Yorgos Staboyanopoulos professor, and when she returned in Greece, she set up the program in the Hospital Papanikolaou. She spends time into the transplanted patients, trying to have clinical findings in new therapies and treatments. You have the floor. Thank you very much. I am glad that I welcome you into this session, which I think we all expect, since it mentions to the innovative treatments for Friedreich's ataxia. It is a great honor to chair this session. I would like to thank Mr. Karagias for this honorary invitation, to help thank him also for the ability that he gives me to get to know the disease. I only remember it from my student years, and his devotion to the disease and the effort for treatment mobilized me as well as a scientist that has to do with gene treatment. And from now on, we are planning with other researchers in Thessaloniki to be able to approach from our side the gene therapy for this disease. Speaker in English.
Friedreich's ataxia. We have a distinguished speaker with us, Dr. Mirella Rodriguez, Dr. Serpis Stephanie, and Dr. Mendes George. Dr. Dottori, Mendes, and Serpis will join us virtually. Dr. Roddick is with us here. I would like, without any further delay, to start. I will start. I will switch to Greek now.
I will start basically for gene treatment in order to understand the non-scientific audience to understand what we are going to hear later on. Ataxia Friedreich is a rare disease, but what we call rare diseases and how rare are they in reality? A rare disease is characterized by it is considered that 60 people in the United States, 50 in Europe, 75 in China per 100,000 people. And these are chronic diseases, many times difficult, which can affect every system in the human body. However, for the rare diseases, the interesting thing from research groups is not particularly high, as you really understand. Therefore, for more rare diseases, in reality, they represent a non-fulfilled medical need. A rare disease, perhaps the term, is it disorienting if we consider that more than 7,000 rare diseases that affect over 400 million people all over the world. And these numbers are increasing since new rare diseases are recognized and characterized. The gene therapy theoretically could correct any gene disease, and the proof of concept has shown that with the gene treatment we can have results. The term for gene treatment is that we are talking about a biological product which comprises from a combined DNA, and it is used in the human beings in order to correct, to replace, to add, or to eliminate a genetic a mutation or not, depending on the target, where the final target is to treat or to address diseases, genetical problems. The gene treatment is a new medical practice. It is as regards to basic axis. The first axis is that compatible medicine acts by changing the phenotype. The patient has to have the treatment by receiving the agent and exogenously, and also chemotherapy, however, creates many problems. On the other hand, the gene treatment is a holistic way of addressing the problem since it targets the root of the disease. A gene that there is mutated, it can be transferred to the cell, and this ideally can be done with a gene correction in situ, or alternatively with gene addition, then the underlying disease can be corrected. The other side, which shows that in reality gene treatment is a new medical practice, is the fact that the new era in the treatment where we have been in has changed the traditional model of the drugs, which is not produced massively and standardized, but the raw material derives from the patient, and the end product ends up to the patient. It's a customized treatment, and it is not a drug that is going to be metabolized. We are talking about live cells, and they remain there for the rest of the people's life. That's why we are talking about live drugs. Therefore, it is a new medical practice. At this point, we have to point out that the gene treatment intervenes only in somatic cells and not in reproductive cells. We don't want to create generally generations of mutated people, only in the issue that it has a problem in order to create a phenotype and not to correct a natural phenotype. How does it work, the gene treatment? It works is based on viruses that become inactive. This takes place by removing the structural elements of the virus, and in their place we have the natural generative. This a natural gene is enters the viral vector enters and monitors the divisions in the cells, but also to have the expression of the virus long term. Otherwise, it will remain, but that does not guarantee the expression. How is it delivered? Either
είναι, ας πούμε, τα αρχαία γονεμοποιητικά κύτταρα ή τα λεμφοκύτταρα.
The ex vivo is used, treatment is used when it is easily accessible, the cells, as you can see here. In vivo is used when the target cells are not easily accessible, like the lungs, liver, muscles, etc. Here we see an ex vivo treatment example for Mediterranean anemia, for example. The target cells are removed from the patient, are corrected, and then returned to the patient. After the patient takes a preparation, it is a chemotherapy that we want to destroy the endogenous spinal cord. And here we have another example of hemophilia under genetic treatment, very simple procedure for the patient. The viral vector is used immediately. In these cases, we use serotypes of the viruses that show tropism towards the target tissue. There are two basic ways: the traditional, the classical type of genetic treatment, addition of the gene in the target cell using some viral vectors. The viral vector is going to be incorporated, inserted in a non-predictable way, and a normal gene remains with a mutated gene, but the protein that is generated, produced, is normal. The technology of genetic processing has been advanced in recent years, and in this way we can target the lesion site. We use some nucleases specific for the targeted site. These nucleases that act as molecular scissors, and with the nucleases and the guide molecule that leads us to the target point, target site, we have the correction of this target mutation. The differences of these two approaches are that the target site is predetermined. Here is not predictable. Another way to have a genetic treatment is a combination with the hemopathic cells technology, and we have the possibility to reprogram them by putting them in a culture with a cocktail of transcriptional agents, so we get them into an early developmental stage. And in this stage, we have two choices: to have a genetic processing to correct the genetic lesion, the genetic damage, so to have an enriched population of the genetic cells to be transplanted. And the other choice is at this stage to to have a differentiation of these cells that carry the abnormal gene. So we have an enriched cell, an enriched population of the disease cells, and with 2D or 3D cultures, we can model the disease and choose new drugs for these types of cultures. Target diseases are many. Genetic treatment started for genetic diseases, but later on, acquired diseases were added because the addition of a gene or the intervention on a gene can have a disease modified effect and reprogram the specificity of a cell. 40 years have gone by since the beginning of genetic treatment, and nowadays we have excellent clinical results and outcomes and many drugs for rare diseases that have been approved by the various institutions. And the genetic treatments nowadays, we have many success stories in a variety of diseases, as we can see, some of which are the ones that we have approved products of genetic treatment. And I conclude by saying that as a president of the Association of Genetic Treatment and Regenerative Medicine, we support the research for rare diseases. You can see that in the program of in the agenda of our conference on the 27th of May, 28th of May, and we are all invited to participate.
Our first, second speaker. She's Dr. Mirella. She's an associate professor and principal fellow in Imagine Institute. She leads the research group on mitochondrial diseases. Oh, sorry. I apologize. Sorry for that, Mirella. So Mirella Dottor is a principal research fellow at the Illawarra Health and Medical Research Institute at the University of Wollongong in Australia. Her research focuses in human stem cells to develop models for studying the nervous system, and also to develop therapies for neurodegenerative diseases, and in particular, Friedreich's ataxia. So, Mirella, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. I'll just share my screen, and please be a moment, sorry. Can you see that okay? Okay. So firstly, I would like to thank the possibility to speak today at this meeting. I'm sorry I can't speak Greek. I really wish I could. But yeah, thank you very much. It's a great honor to be presenting at this meeting. So with this brief talk, I'm really going to be speaking mainly about the overview of the research direction our lab is taking in terms of for Friedreich's ataxia. And so, sorry, I will just move on. So when we think about different therapies for FA, the ideal scenario obviously is to basically correct the mutation, because that is the critical thing causing it, is that GAA expansion. And obviously the new technologies moving forward with this in particular in CRISPR technologies. The other approach is obviously to deliver frataxin. And there are our group and other groups around the world working on this as well, in particular looking at different delivery systems. And it could be using a viral approach, as we've just heard before from Envalija. She introduced that really well as obviously nanoparticles. The next level approach is to then potentially promote cellular health, in particular the cells that are degenerating, or to prevent further degeneration and progression of the disease. And a lot of these approaches in therapies are looking at, in particular, antioxidants or other compounds that may endogenously increase frataxin levels. And finally, there is also the possibility, potentially, for some tissues for tissue replacement, and in that case would be transplantation. The reason that I'm highlighting all of these approaches is just to show you that stem cells can feed into each of these, because stem cells offers a really useful platform to test these different therapeutic avenues in a more high throughput system before you go into the human and patients. So again, to this audience, my apologies how I'm pitching it. Some may have a great understanding of stem cells and others it may be new, but I thought to sort of go back to some of the basics. So really, when we define a stem cell, obviously it's a cell that can proliferate to give rise to cell, and also a cell that can proliferate to give rise to a specialized cell relevant to that tissue. Now, there's many different types of stem cells in the body, those that give rise to the hemopoietic system, the bone marrow, and so forth. But the ones that we work in the lab are these induced pluripotent stem cells. And these stem cells are actually artificially created, even though they're derived from human tissue or in patient cases. So this was technology that was developed around 2006 by Professor Shinya Yamanaka in Japan, and then there was also other groups involved in the US. And he got a Nobel Prize for this work in 2012, because it really was a game changer for modern medicine, mainly for disease modeling. So very briefly, and again, although I don't understand Greek, I could see the slides before that you already introduced this concept. But the technology behind this is that essentially you can take human tissue, usually we use skin cells, you can use even fat cells or blood cells, and introduce 4 or 5 different genes or proteins. In the past, we used to use viruses, but now there's many other approaches that essentially these 4 or 5 proteins, the combination of them converts, or we say reprograms, these skin cells to become into a pluripotent state. So this word pluripotent means that these cells have the capability to give rise to all cell types of the body. And essentially they're mimicking embryonic stem cells that you find in a particular stage of the blastocyst, which would give rise to the baby or the whole human body. So once they're in a pluripotent state, then in the dish, we can then drive them into different cell types of the body that we may be interested in. And you can appreciate this technology is really powerful because we can do a lot with these cells. We can genetically edit them to either correct the mutations, we can introduce new mutations to understand the disease, obviously use different cell types for drug screening, and for some diseases, in some scenarios, you can transplant them back into the patient as they're moving forward for Parkinson's disease. So when this technology came about, our group and also other groups around the world quickly moved forward into this technology to develop Friedreich's ataxia iPS cell lines. So in our lab alone, we've got about at least 13 different Friedreich's ataxia stem cell lines. And obviously there's other stem cell lines around the world. And the main lineages that we've focused in working on, and this is also with other collaborations in Australia, is the main tissues, main cell types affected in FA. So that's the cardiomyocytes, relevant to the heart tissue. Then we've got all the different brain cell types, in particular the cerebellar neurons. And then in my lab in particular, we're primarily interested in the dorsal ganglia sensory neurons. So this is where the proprioceptor neurons are found, which are the neurons, the sensory neurons that are innervating the muscle that are sensing feeling. And it's these neurons, as well as the cerebellar neurons, that are one of the primary sites of degeneration that begins in FA. So this is just to show you, the basic concept where you can essentially go from skin to stem cells to neurons. And these neurons that you end up in the dish essentially have the same genetic background of where they came from. So it's almost like the same cell type that's converted to different stages and different properties. So why use stem cells for screening? Well, obviously there's a lot of value, but one of the main things to highlight is that one cell lineage you're working with, you can differentiate into the multiple lineages. So you can have the cardiomyocytes, you can have cerebellar neurons, you can have the dorsal ganglia sensory neurons. So you have a really nice platform looking at different cell types, but again, with the same genetic basis and other properties. Obviously, because it's an ongoing resource, you can make multiple patient lines with varying genetic backgrounds, different GAA repeats, and different phenotypes, you would say, reflecting different disease progression. And obviously, they're quite a valuable resource for high throughput, screens for different therapies. So for this talk, I'm just going to give, again, a very basic overview how we're using stem cells to look at different gene delivery systems for delivering frataxin into the body. So again, it was really presented very well in the previous slides, as I could see from what I saw, that gene therapy is very much an umbrella word for meaning many different types of approaches. It can be ex vivo, where you genetically manipulate the cells and then transplant those cells into the body, or it can be directly in vivo, where you actually use viruses or nanoparticles to deliver the gene into different target tissues. Now, there's, as you can imagine, like all technologies, there are many different parts that you need to work on at the same time to get it all right. And with gene therapy, one of the main things to get right is actually the delivery system. So how you're going to deliver frataxin. Then there's other issues as well on how much frataxin to give and how to actually deliver frataxin to the right cell type and also into the mitochondria. Now, we're quite fortunate in our lab that we've been funded both from FARA USA and also from the Australian government to look at a multi-pronged approach, different delivery systems, in particular the nanoparticles or using associated adenoviruses or viruses. So with no matter which approach you take, whether it's nanoparticles or viruses or different types of viruses, the key thing about the delivery system to appreciate is that every cell in the body has its unique signature and will only allow certain things in and others it won't allow in. And so when you're trying to develop a delivery system, you have to think, well, what will preferentially deliver this gene into this cell type and not others? So what is particular about the particular nerve cell, and there's so many different types of nerve cells with all different properties, which will allow frataxin to get into this particular nerve, but avoid the liver, for example. So this is where, again, stem cells offers a really good platform to screen for these sorts of things. So with the case of looking at nanoparticles, so we collaborate with a group from University of Melbourne, Professor Frank Caruso, who's a bioengineer, and Dr. Christina Cortez Hugo. And we've been, this is a FARA-funded project, both USA and Australia, and where we've been using basically these stem cells or sensory neurons to screen different nanoparticles. But the things that I'm not going to show data, but I just want you to appreciate the concepts behind this. So nanoparticles are usually engineered constructs, but they can be also naturally occurring. And there's many different types of materials that can be used in the nanoparticles. So the ones that we've particularly looked at are silica-based nanoparticles, even gold nanoparticles, or you may be familiar with the lipid nanoparticles, where the COVID vaccine was used to deliver the mRNA. There's also different ways in which you can assemble the nanoparticle itself. So it's not just the particle, but different approaches we've looked at was saying layer by layer. So the core of the particle, so was silica, but the external part of the composition of the nanoparticle was a different sort of material, which may again allow better accessibility to certain cells. Then you can have different nanoparticle sizes, as well as the extracellular features, which are charged. And then, as I mentioned, you can also have naturally occurring nanoparticles. So for example, we looked at glycogen, which is a natural metabolite that your body makes. And some of these natural metabolites you can also engineer and modify in order to attach, say, the DNA of interest, the gene or the mRNA, so that it can enter into the cell. And the strong advantage of nanoparticles is that it's not just about delivering DNA. Obviously, they can be used to deliver mRNA. Again, thinking about the COVID vaccine, they can also be modified to deliver proteins or particular drugs. So the bottom line with nanoparticles is that they give us the greatest flexibility for screening, to look at different components to deliver frataxin to different tissues. However, because it's a double-edged sword, because you've got all those different variations, the screening takes longer. So over the years, we've been working with, as I said, these bioengineers and looking at different nanoparticle types, different nanoparticle sizes, charges, particle densities, the way they're assembled. And we've been using our sensory neurons derived from FA patients as a platform. We've been culturing them in 3D and 2D to screen the various types. And we've obtained some quite promising results with different compounds like silica-based small nanoparticles and glycogen. And then, however, I would like to flag that also when we then go to the in vivo model, when we test these in, say, animals, we see sometimes quite different results. So what we may see in the dish doesn't always necessarily translate to what we see in vivo. And that makes sense because in the body, you've got the immune system, you've got even in the nervous system, you've got glia that can soak up different things. So that's okay because that's the approach we take. So we do all our screening in our stem cell based cell types, then we go to in vivo. If it doesn't work, we go back to our platform and look at and screen the next candidates. So just because it doesn't always translate, it's not necessarily a bad thing. It actually validates the purpose of having an in vitro screening platform to fast track this, to then choose the top candidates for the in vivo scenario for the animal studies. So the second approach, as I mentioned, is looking at viruses, in particular the adenoviruses. This is work that was very recently funded, only last year. So again, it's still early days, and I'm just going to highlight the approach that we're taken. So basically, there's three main aims, and this is quite a large-scale project involving many collaborators across Australia and a lot of different expertise. And I myself don't have expertise in adenoviruses, but we're collaborating with Dr. Leszek Lewowski from University of Sydney, who's our virus guru who advises us on everything. So again, with adenoviruses, there are many that are being used in clinical trials at the moment, but those of you who are familiar with this technology are aware that as with these AAVs, there's many different types, and they definitely have different preference into which different tissues they can target. So with our collaborators, what we're doing is we have these different libraries and kits. So we're screening, one is an AAV testing kit. So in this kit, there's at least 70 different AAVs, which are at the moment available. Some are being used in clinical trials and some are being used in the lab. And we're using those to screen our different stem cell platforms to see which ones preferentially get into the cell. In parallel, we're also screening libraries of bioengineered AAVs. So these have been randomly mutated in different ways, particularly at the caspid, that is the external part of the virus that determines how it transfects into, what cells it transfects into. And we're using the same cells as the screening platform. Now, both the kits and these libraries have been barcoded. So they've been genetically modified. So like when you go to the supermarket and you go through the screening and every product has its barcode. So the idea is that we infect our cells with these different libraries, and the ones in which, and they're carrying a GFP protein, a green fluorescent protein, and the ones which show to be efficiently infecting the cells, we're able to isolate by FACS sorting, sequence it, and then identify which particular adenovirus type, whether it's by an engineered one or one that's available, was preferential in efficient in transfecting that cell type. This will take 2 or 3 rounds, but from there we will get our top candidates. As I mentioned, the main platforms that we're using is the Cardiomyocyte. So this is in collaboration with Dr. Max Lim from St. Vincent's Institute in Melbourne. And he has beautiful models of using the same stem cell lines as we have in making cardiac organoids. So these are tissue-like structures that are mimicking the cardiac. He also can introduce vascular cells and neural cells into there, and has beautiful functional assays to measure activity. The other collaborator is with Dr. Sam Naylor from Queensland in Australia, and he has developed the technology to make cerebellar organoids. So as you know, in FA, the main region of the brain mainly affected is the dentate nucleus within the cerebellum. So Sam has been able to derive these cell types from these stem cells and make them into these little organoid-like structures. And what's nice is that in his organoids, he has identified quite a large proportion of the relevant nuclei neurons that we're interested in, which is the deep cerebellar nuclei. And then in my lab, we're interested, as I mentioned, is in the dorsal root gangliosensory neurons. And again, I don't have time to go into all this data, but there are different types. There's the one sensing pain, the one sensing skin for touch and feeling, and the others are the proprioceptors that innervate the muscle. And we, over the years, have developed a lot of protocols and expertise in deriving these cell types in the dish. And also just to highlight that it's not just about getting these sensory neurons as a whole, we're also really gearing in, and we've just recently, we're fortunate to get funding from FARA to look at this deeper, where we're able to derive a more pure population, particularly of these propriosensory sensory neurons. Again, these are the large sensory neurons that are innervating the muscle, that are one of the primary neurons that are degenerating. So we're using these cell types in our screens. And this is, again, preliminary data, but just to show you that, again, initially we're doing these screens, as I mentioned, with the green fluorescent protein, because we need this to be high throughput to extract it through identifying the appropriate cells that have been infected so that we can isolate them and sequence them. And we're getting interesting results. You know, some are consistent, some are different across the different cell types and different platforms. And then once we've chosen our top, say, 3 to 5 candidates, there's still more work to be done. So there's the second part is to look at the dosing of the virus, again, to verify the efficiency of transfecting that cell type. Also, a virus may be great in infecting the cell, but it may not be ideal for manufacturing purpose. And that's where we give it to our collaborators in Sydney, and they've got a lot of experience in this area. We also, in the dish, can see how well or poorly these cells interact with antibodies within the immune system, because obviously we don't want an immune reaction. So we can help avoid that by screening for that in the dish. And one of the main parts of this aim as well is to specifically look at the liver, because the liver is an organ that mops up a lot of things that you ingest, in particular viruses, and as well as nanoparticles. So we collaborate with another group, again from University of Melbourne, who works in liver cancer and has a lot of expertise in making liver organoids from patient cells. So once we've derived our top candidates, we will screen these AAVs in these liver organoids to see the ones that do not actually infect the liver. So it's a negative screen. And then finally, once we get through that part, obviously it's all about frataxin. And so we will choose our top candidates, introduce frataxin into the candidate top AAVs, and then perform similar studies in our stem cell models and go in much deeper, obviously looking at mitochondrial outcomes and also functional outcomes. And we have quite a bit of expertise in that area to look at that. And just to wind it all up, the things that we really are facing now as we're entering in this work, in particular gene therapy, is And again, many of you may already appreciate that it's not just about delivering frataxin, but a key thing is how much frataxin, because I say it's the Goldilocks amount. You don't want too little, obviously, but you also don't want too much. So what is the right amount and how do you regulate that? So we're having ideas, we're collaborating with Dr. Marek Naparella, who's worked on the frataxin promoter that helps regulate frataxin levels and see if we can incorporate that in. Obviously, as I've highlighted, translating these studies in the dish to human is always a challenge, but we've got already in place with our collaborators different primate models to sort of address that. And then a big thing is the delivery approach. So you have to think, do you just inject it directly into the regions of the brain, or in the cardiac tissue, or is it through intramuscular or IV? Again, they're things that we need to consider. And one of the main things that obviously the FARA community is very much aware is readouts. So we can measure readouts in the dish, changes in mitochondria. But again, when it comes to clinical trials, it is key to even pick up subtle differences and over time to see what we see in the dish, how does that translate into humans? And even like subtle changes it could be as simple as picking up a cup, something like that. So that's sort of like the overview of our work. Like I said, it's more about the approach and different things to think about. And where I'm coming from is more about using the model approach to hopefully fast track these therapies as quickly as possible to the clinic. And all of this work couldn't be done without the excellent teamwork across everywhere with everyone, and of course funding from FARA and also the Australian government with the MRFF stem cell mission. So thank you for your attention. Oh, sorry, I shall stop the screen.
We thank Dr. Dottori for the very nice talk and the very nice data. Should we go on with the second? Okay, and the questions will be at the end, right? Okay. So our next speaker, she is with us. So Dr. Rodika Nies, she's a research director at INSERM at Imagine Institute in France, and she will talk to us on the role of iron in the mitochondrial protein frataxin, and how the cellular iron homeostasis is maintained or is disturbed in this condition.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank you, and especially to thank Vassilios Karazakis for this very kind invitation to this first conference. So I'm working in Imagine Institute in Paris, which is in Necker Hospital. My group is working on mitochondrial disorders, and we have a very special interest to Friedreich's ataxia. And I will present you relatively recent results that will be the starting point for clinical trial. So it's, I must say that the function of frataxin is very difficult to understand, and more specifically, the consequences of the frataxin defects are very wide and complicated. And I will try to show you a small part of these consequences, and I will try also to make it very simple because it's relatively difficult to explain. So, as you know, frataxin is a mitochondrial protein. This protein here is shown here, is located in the mitochondrial matrix, and it is mainly involved in the biogenesis of iron-sulfur clusters. These iron-sulfur clusters will then be associated with different proteins. Some of these proteins stay in the mitochondria, and some iron-sulfur clusters exit from the mitochondria and will be associated with other proteins. So it means that a defect of frataxin will result in a defect of several proteins inside the mitochondria and outside the mitochondria. You know that patients with Friedreich's ataxia accumulate iron in the brain and in the heart, and we were interested in the reason of this iron accumulation. And before to show you what happens in Friedreich ataxia, I will explain you very briefly what are the major actors involved in iron homeostasis in the cell. First of all, iron enter into the cells mainly by the transferrin receptor. The iron, which is the green spot here, are linked to transferrin that transfer the iron, and this transferrin binds to the transferrin receptor that allows the iron to enter into the cell. The iron can also enter into the cells via different transporters that are called non-transferrin bound iron, NTBI. And then after entering the cells, the iron is stored in a protein which is called ferritin. And this is very important because iron is very toxic, but so it has to be protected, the cells has to be protected from the iron, and at the same time, a lot of reaction and function in the cells need iron. So there is very important to have a very good equilibrium that maintain the appropriate amount of iron into the cells that make the entry, that regulate the entry, the storage, and the exit of the iron. And finally, the iron exits from the cells using the ferroportin, which is another protein. So the regulation of the iron content is very well known since very long time. And briefly, it allows that in low iron conditions, there is increased transferrin receptor protein here that allows iron uptake, and decreased ferritin to limit the iron storage, to make it available, and a decreased ferroportin that limit the iron exit. On the contrary, in high iron conditions, the transferrin receptor is decreased, limiting the iron uptake, but the ferritin is increased to allow iron storage, and the ferroportin also is increased to allow the iron exit. And this will make the amount of iron correctly regulated in the cells. So as there is iron accumulation in brain and heart of patients with Friedreich ataxia, we decided to measure the iron content in fibroblasts of patients, which is a relatively easy cells to obtain and to grow. So, as you can see here, we measure the iron content of fibroblasts from 3 controls and 5 patients, and we did the experiments in fibroblasts with no iron or with high iron concentration in the growth medium. And as you can see here, the 3 control cells increase a little bit the iron content when grown in high iron content, but in the Friedreich ataxia patients' fibroblast, there is a very important amount of iron that suggests that these cells are totally unable to limit the iron uptake. And we then wanted to understand this mechanism, and we first focus on the transferrin receptor. First of all, we observe that the transferrin receptor accumulates in fibroblasts of Friedreich ataxia patients. You can see here a picture of the cell in which we have as blue the nucleus, and in green the transferrin receptor, and you can see that there is a very higher signal for transferrin receptors in patient cells compared to control cells. We then try to understand the reason of this accumulation of transferrin receptor. And to make a very long story short, what we learn is that transferrin receptor, as several other proteins, can undergo modification. And one of these modifications is the addition of palmitate, which is a fatty acid. And this modification is called palmitoylation. So the transferrin receptor here is shown after addition of this palmitate, which is the palmitoylation. Not only transferrin receptor, but also the non-transferrin bound iron transporter, the NTBI transporter, also undergo palmitoylation. And this palmitoylation is very important to modify the traffic of the protein in the cells. And this is important for these transporters because they come from the cell membrane and they have to go inside the cells and then to go back to the membrane. So palmitoylation is very important for this type of protein. So it modified the traffic and of course also their localization. What we observed is that in Friedreich's ataxia fibroblast, there is a decreased palmitoylation of transferrin receptor and also on the NTBI transporter. And because of that, this results in accumulation of transferrin receptor at the cell membrane, which induce iron uptake, because the transferrin receptor is stacked at the cell membrane and continue to import iron, and of course of iron overload. So this is one of the reasons of the abnormal and increased amount of iron in cells of Friedreich's ataxia patients. There is also other reasons, but it will be too long, and I would like now to focus on this part of our result, because we have now a molecule that could modify this decreased palmitoylation. And this molecule is called artesunate. It's an artemisinin derivative, which is known for a very long time as an anti-malarial drug. So it has been used for a very long time in a lot of countries. And very interesting for us in the case of Friedreich's ataxia, this molecule can cross the blood-brain barrier. And it has been shown that artesunate induces palmitoylation of transferrin receptor and will then result in iron overload. This has been shown in cancer cells, and we use it in fibroblasts of patients with Friedreich's ataxia. And what we observed is that when we grow the cells of control and patients with artesunate, here you can see the black box that corresponds to the amount of iron in patient cells grown with artesunate, meaning that the artesunate has a very strong effect and reduce the iron content in patient cells. It's still a little bit more than in control cells, but it has very importantly decreased. So based on these results, we have decided to set up a clinical trial that we called Artemis because of the name of artesunate. And we will very soon start this clinical trial. It has been delayed for months and months because of administrative problems. And this is a phase 1-2 clinical trial, meaning that it is a study aiming to determine the tolerance and the efficacy of this molecule. By this clinical trial, we aim to identify the effective dose of artesunate able to reduce iron, and we will measure the iron in blood cells in the patients. And the second point is to identify the maximal tolerated dose of artesunate. So it will consist in a dose escalation study with 1 tablet of 25 milligrams per day, and that will probably progressively increase until we found an effect, a decrease of the iron in PBMC. So this is very promising, and I hope that we will have success with this clinical trial. But I have also to tell you that, as I said before, there is a lot of consequences of frataxin deficiency, and artesunate will act on the palmitoylation only. This is already very important because it will probably modify the iron uptake from transferrin receptor, also from the NTB transporters, but also on other functions, some of them being involved in the physiopathology of Friedreich ataxia. However, there is a lot of consequences of frataxin defect that are a respiratory chain defect, the energy production, deficiency of different enzymes inside the mitochondria, outside the mitochondria, especially the heme synthesis, some DNA, some enzymes and protein involved in DNA replication and repair. And I don't say that artesunate will cure completely the Friedreich ataxia, but it will help to limit the iron uptake that could be detrimental for the patients. And I hope that we will have relatively soon, in the 6 following months, good news from this clinical trial. And before finishing, I would like to thank the people who were involved in this work, especially Florian Petit, who was a very brilliant PhD student, and Arnold Munich, who will perform the clinical trial. And I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rotik. The questions will be at the end. The next speaker in the program is Dr. Sophie Stephanie, but she will join us after the end of the first session due to the time difference. She will join us virtually from San Diego. And our final speaker for this session now is Dr. Mendes George, Associate Professor of Pathology and Cell Biology, Columbia University. Dr. Mendes.
Good morning, everyone, and I hope you hear me well. Thanks very much, first of all, to Mr. Karagias for the kind invitation to share with you in the next 12 to 15 minutes something that we have learned from a different disease, not Friedreich's ataxia, but spinal muscular atrophy. And why spinal muscular atrophy? I hope that you will see in a moment the common interest, common mechanisms between the two diseases. So a little bit, some of the natural history for spinal muscular atrophy or SMA patients. There are mainly 5 types, as you will see here. I hope that you will see my pointer. From type 0 to type 4. The large majority of the patients are the SMA type 1, more than 50% of them. Here in this axis is the age. This is mostly a juvenile type of the disease, affecting mostly babies. In the more severe types, which is the type 0 and the type 1, this is a fatal disease, and patients suffering from SMA of this kind and of these types succumb to the disease within a year or 2 after birth. SMA type 2 is the more moderate type of the disease, and SMA 3 and even SMA type 4 are the milder forms of the disease with nearly normal lifespan, but with severe motor disabilities. So a little bit about the disease. One of the common things together with Friedreich's ataxia is that this is all about a single protein, the SMN protein, SMN standing for survival of motor neuron. In humans, there are 2 genes, as shown here, responsible for the production of the SMN protein, the gene SMN1 and SMN2. You do need both genes because deletion or mutations of both genes results in embryonic lethality. So the disease is causing due to the deletion or the mutation of the SMN1 gene. The SMN2 gene is a similar type of gene, but unfortunately produces much less full-length or proper protein compared to the SMN1. So the disease is due to the severe reduction of the full-length protein produced by the SMN2 gene. Now, how do we study the disease? So one of the important things in preclinical trials to first understand the molecular, cellular, neuronal circuit mechanisms, as well as design potential therapeutics, we need to use an animal model. And in SMA, we have used the mouse model. However, the mouse doesn't have two genes as the humans do. The mouse has a single endogenous SMN gene that produces SMN. And of course, similar to humans, if you deleted the SMN endogenous gene, you have embryonic lethality. So how people decided to do to recapitulate and have an animal model of the disease, they have knocked down the endogenous SMN and they have taken 2 copies of the human SMN2 and humanized this into the mouse genome by having the 2 copies. The results of this, again, is the deficiency of the SMN protein. Now, this cartoon shows a typical type 1 phenotype of the clinical symptoms prior to the identification of the genetic cause of the disease. It used to be called the floppy infant syndrome because the baby didn't have any reflexes. Similar to this type 1 is the so-called Delta 7 mouse model, and you can see here an affected mouse on its side is alive, but it has very little posture and very little reflex compared to the normal litter mate. These mice survive approximately 2 weeks after birth, whereas type 1s are similar. They succumb to the disease a year or so after birth. What are the hallmarks of the disease? First of all, the death of spinal motor neurons in selective spinal segments, muscle atrophy, and impairment of spinal reflexes and postural defects. Again, these are similar characteristics to what we're seeing in Friedreich's ataxia. As Mirella has alluded previously, we would have liked to see the point that really is key to the pathophysiology of the disease. Just to summarize many years of work from my lab here at Columbia, and as well as from others all over the world, this is a transverse section of the spinal cord. In blue is a spinal motor neuron sending its axon through the periphery, making synapses with skeletal muscle in order to activate it. But the muscle in itself, knowing where our muscles are in time and in space, this information is provided by this green cell, which is a sensory neuron known as the proprioceptive neuron, which goes and makes direct synaptic contacts with motor neurons. So over many years of research now, what we have found, and the main findings of the disease, is first of all that you're having loss of these particularly synapses, motor neurons effectively dysfunction, selective motor neuron death, and denervation, all these leading to muscle paralysis. And if the muscles are affected are reaching the lungs, then you're having respiratory distress and ultimately death of the patient, as well as animal models. So these things, particularly now with the proprioceptive neurons, raising the possibility that there might be common mechanisms between SMA and Friedreich's ataxia. And particularly, I would like to point out the following scenario. What we have shown is that here is a spinal motor neuron, that's the soma, which resides within the spinal cord. This is the axon in the peripheral nerve, and here is the muscle. How do motor neurons work? Well, the motor neurons have been activated by premotor neurons, showing here these different green synapses, which are opposed to a certain type of potassium channel, which is the Kv2.1, or also known as the delayed rectifier. When these synapses are activated, they depolarize or activate the motor neuron actually and finally subsequently fires action potentials, which these action potentials transmitted to the muscle in order to produce a fused contraction and muscle movement, ultimately joint movement. In the context of the disease, and certainly spinal muscular atrophy, what is really happening is that you're having fewer premotor synapses, particularly from proprioceptive neurons, which are glutamatergic, and therefore they're having less ability to activate the motor neurons. Subsequently to the reduction and dysfunction of those synapses, you're having fewer delayed potassium rectifier channels, leading to a reduction in the firing ability and frequency of motor neurons. And instead of the normal muscle movements, you're having twitches, effectively resulting in an ability to move. So because of the essence and the critical role proprioceptive sensory synapses play on the postsynaptic motor neuron function, then this raises the possibility that perhaps what is happening in SMA might be relevant to Friedreich's ataxia as well. So a little bit about the current therapies. Since the gene was developed back in 1995 from Judith Melki's lab in France, there has been an enormous effort at the basic medical research level as well as the clinical level. And back in 2016, the FDA approved the very first therapy. This is called Spinraza and is based on the antisense oligonucleotide approach. This is administered intrathecally and is supposed to be a drug that sorts out the splicing defect in the SMN2 gene. So this can be applied to all SMA type patients. And of course, it does not depend upon the number of copies of the SMN2, which is really the moderator of the disease. There is no limitation. And of course, this has to be applied for a lifetime. And I will tell you in a moment how. The second FDA approved is the gene therapy. As Mirella and Dr. Yanaki has alluded, this is based on a viral approach using the adeno-associated viruses or AAVs. This is administered intravenously, and of course, this applies to all SMA types. And this is a one-off treatment. You have in one shot, and that is it. The third and most recently approved is a small molecule approach, which has been developed by PTC in collaboration with Roche and the SMA Foundation here in New York. This is basically a pill. You take one pill once a day for the rest of your life. It could be applied to all SMA patients older than 2 months old for a lifetime. Now, a little bit about the cost and the limitations and the differences of the three therapies. Spinraza, or here the antisense oligonucleotides, costs for the first time $750,000 during the first year and $350,000 per year thereafter for life. And this being administered intrathecally, which means that the patient has to be admitted into the hospital and injected into the cerebrospinal fluid. What are the limitations? Well, first of all, the SMN increase depends on how many SMN2 copy numbers each patient exists. It has to be administered within the CNS, meaning that perhaps in the periphery, that might not be so accessible. You need to have it every 3 to 4 months for the entire life. And of course, there is pretty high cost considering. The Zolgensma, again, is the gene therapy, and currently, as most of you know, is the most expensive therapy for any disease in the world. One shot, 2.1 million. However, there are limitations with that. First of all, it cannot be applied to all SMA patients, which are having a much higher antibody than 15 milligram per ml. It's restricted to the age, so it cannot be given to any patients because of issues with the blood-brain barrier. Much more important, and this is the major difference between the other two therapies, with the viral-mediated therapy, you have really no control of how much you're overexpressing SMN, the cause of the disease, the main issues with that protein. So it continuously, since the viral will transfect virtually every single neuron that it can be applied to, the SMN is going to spontaneously be overexpressing over time. And in collaboration with Dr. Pellizzoni, another colleague of mine here at Columbia, we have recently published, and we have cautioned the community that when they're using an AAV, particularly with an uncontrollable overexpression of that protein, it might have severe toxicity, as we have seen it in the mouse model. Whether it will apply in humans remains to be seen, and we hope that we are wrong. But of course, this has to be taken into serious considerations, particularly for neurologists, when they are considering offering advice to prospective patients. Another limitation is that the re-injections is not possible because as soon as you inject the AAV, the patient is going to start building antibodies. And then, of course, there is always a problem of liver toxicity and potential side effects. The small molecule approach currently being marketed by Roche as Evrysdi, it's much cheaper compared to the other approach, but still quite expensive depending upon the weight and the frequency and the country. So this is in the US approximately $100,000 to $300 a year, once a day a pill. There are also limitations with this approach. There is currently you're not allowed, at least from the FDA point of view, to be administered in neonates. It also may target other transcripts, and that suggests that you might have potential off-target effects. And of course, the cost, which also needs to be taken into account, still is considered to be very high. So just to summarize what I'm hoping Friedreich's ataxia community is going to learn from what we have found in spinal muscular atrophy research and therapeutics is that this was extremely fast. Considering from the moment that we have discovered the cause of the disease in spinal muscular atrophy back in 1995 and 2016, just over 20 years, this has been a tremendous success in identifying the mechanisms and also bringing therapy into the patients. However, this could not have been done without the production and intense research efforts based on animal models, cellular models, not only mice, but also other animal models that was key. But the mouse model particularly is terribly important as a preclinical model in order to go for an FDA approval. And then, of course, non-human primates will be used for toxicity, but without proof of concept and proof of principle that we can rescue the mouse from the disease, that would not have been possible. And this came together with basic and clinical personnel. So when the SMN level is reduced to 20%, the SMA is also considered to be a multi-organ disorder. So it does not really only affect the central nervous system, although the central nervous system is the major issue. You also have other issues with heart, liver, lungs, and so forth and so on. So the level of the SMN protein is key to the extent that other organs are affected. However, the neuronal circuits between the motor neurons and the sensory neurons are key to understanding motor disorders and motor control. There is also a clear and limited therapeutic window because it has been very well established right now that the SMN is very much needed during embryonic development and early postnatal periods. SMN is not so much needed in adults. So as soon as, and it's imperative to diagnose the situation pretty fast in order to intervene as fast as possible. And the current thinking in therapeutic is that the earlier you intervene, the better the outcome. Above all, and I want to finish with a positive, hopeful message that although SMA is not cured, there are currently three powerful therapies that help first alleviating and helping from death of a patient, something that it would have been impossible 20 years ago. And right now, we might not be fixing everything, but we're certainly getting closer and closer. And on that note, I would like to thank you. And of course, should time be, I will be more than happy to discuss any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Mendis. So I think we have some time for questions. Okay, so is there any question from the floor? Yes, please.
Hello. I'm Theodosis. I'm a patient of FA, a late onset. So my question is that we were discussing about the possible treatments and the technologies that are advancing. How close are commercialization, let's say, to be available to patients for all this kind of stuff?
Okay.
Thank you.
The question is from an NFA patient. All these advanced technologies, how close could be to commercialization? And I don't know who would like to have an answer on this. Maybe Dr. Mendes. So are all they online now?
I would take this question to the next panel, where actually we are discussing about the pipeline update. So I would suggest to take it as a note and move it forward to the next panel.
Okay. Another question? Yes, Dr. Hadjistergos.
So, first of all, I would like to thank all the speakers for the wonderful presentations and talks, and especially those that came from abroad, either through Zoom or in person. We're greatly honored. I have a question for Dr. Agnes. I think I really loved your presentation. Congratulations for the very inspiring work that you've been doing. Do you have any insights maybe on that palmitoylation defect that you see on the transferrin molecules, whether that is a consequence, for example, of a metabolic switch, or perhaps a defect in gene regulation, maybe some palmitoylation, palmitate transferases are not expressed as high? Thank you.
Actually we are able to understand why there is defective palmitoylation. It's relatively simple when you have found the solution, but it was very difficult to demonstrate it. Actually, the frataxin defect results in iron sulfur cluster containing proteins. One of them is lipoic acid synthase that make the lipoic acid that is involved in the pyruvate dehydrogenase activity. And when there is no lipoic acid synthase and no lipoic acid, there is decreased PDH activity, decreased acetyl-CoA synthesis, and decreased palmitoyl-CoA, which need the acetyl-CoA for synthesis. So there is a direct relationship between frataxin defect and palmitoylation.
That's wonderful. And is the drug that you're targeting the defect also affecting that cycle? That
actually we don't know how the artesunate acts. What we what we know is that it increased the palmitoylation of transferrin receptor, also on other iron transporter, and probably also proteins that we didn't have look at for the moment.
Thank you. Could I address a question to Mirella also? Is she online?
Yes, thank you.
She's online? Hi, Mirella. I'm not sure if you can hear me. This is Kostas from Thessaloniki, Aristotle University. Thank you also very much for the wonderful presentation and for sharing such inspiring and exciting data with us here today. My question is concerning the development of these novel vectors that you're trying to target, I guess, different tissues with this. So how do you envision this in the future? Do you think that it's going to end up as a combination therapy using multiple vectors, or are you trying to find a single vector that targets the diseased tissues while at the same time protects or does not enter liver, for example, or other tissues? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question and the compliments. We don't know. We're throwing everything at it. imagine, exactly like with the other speakers, I think treatments for most diseases is a multi-pronged approach, and I think it will require, you know, various approaches for different tissues that you're targeting. And even if it's a gene delivery, it won't be just gene delivery. I'm sure that you'll have to add, you know, other therapies in combination with that. I would be surprised if it's the one AAV that can, you know, the magic AAV that can infect all the relevant tissues and not liver. So I guess it's just, this is the, you know, like, I guess the next session, and the clinicians would be better to answer this, but it would depend on what is the most prominent tissue that needs to be targeted for this individual. And is it the cardiac, you know, is it regions of the brain, and how we approach that. And again, with AAVs, I mean, it was brought up with George's talk about SMA. Toxicity is one big thing, and with gene therapy, you just have one shot. That's the high risk with gene therapy, particularly when it's, you know, entering into cells. And that's why it has to be much more carefully thought out in that way. So I didn't directly answer your question, but I guess the bottom line is no, we're just seeing what AAV targets the cardiac, and maybe probably another AAV that targets preferentially, you know, the cerebella and so forth. And we'll just wait and see. Thank you.
Okay, we thank you, Mirella. Actually, I have on the same issue a question. So you didn't show us what the promoter of this AAV vector is. Can you elaborate a bit? I mean, is it cardiac specific or brain, or either, or both?
Yeah, so for the screen at the moment, it's just a standard. We're just using green fluorescent GFP for the screen. So it's just a CMV, and in our work, we use a lot of the human elongation factor promoter. So it's just a generic promoter. Once we choose the candidate AAVs, we are going to address the promoter, and the approach we would like to take is to look at the frataxin endogenous promoter. So we've had conversations with our collaborator and colleague in US, Dr. Marek Naparella, who's published work in looking at different regions of the frataxin promoter to see what is the minimal promoter region to give rise to frataxin expression. And I've just put in a grant earlier this year to look at that to the Australian government, to screen the 3 or 4 different promoters, because a lot of it will be about, you know, obviously regulating frataxin levels, and you don't want it too high. Maybe just a minimal promoter would be sufficient to avoid toxicity due to frataxin. Obviously, there's also maybe toxicity due to the AAV itself, but at least at the frataxin. So we've had these conversations with the Leszek. Ideally you want a highly efficient AAV, and then play with the promoter, you know, so you want minimal, you know, transfection, minimal dose so because it's so efficient. That's the approach we're taking.
Thank you, thank you. And another one, what do you think, I mean, what are the advantages of using nanoparticles as delivery tools instead of AAV?
The main message I wanted to give is that, again, it comes down to flexibility, because again, like we heard in the SMA, you know, talk, maybe, you know, it's about delivering frataxin protein or frataxin mRNA or a compound like that small molecule. But that compound, you can't just give the small molecule, you know, it'd be degraded. So it needs it encapsulated in an appropriate delivery system to enter into the appropriate tissue. And nanoparticles just gives you such, you know, the vast materials, the engineering, you've got a lot more flexibility to work with. So AAVs, you know, work well in certain ways, but they are limited even with the DNA. You know, at the moment you can only deliver DNA and a certain size, whereas nanoparticles, you've got a lot more open. But with that, obviously, it takes a lot more work to screen. So once you find this works, you've got to find the appropriate delivery system to deliver that. So definitely nanoparticles needs to be on the table as a delivery system for FA in parallel with everything else. That's, from, our perspective.
Thank you.
Okay. So I think that it is time to close for an hour. Let me thank the whole panel. It was really forward-looking, and thank you, Dr. Giannaki. Thank you, Dr. Mirella Dottori from Australia. Thank you, Agnès Rotig, Madame Rotig, merci beaucoup, and George Mendis. Thank you all. It was really inspiring for our patients to see that the research is ongoing, and we are looking forward for the next session that starts in an hour with an update on the pipeline. So without further ado, lunch is served, so please feel free. Thank you so much. session right now, which actually involves what we are more or less expecting, the pipeline update on Friedreich's ataxia and where we are heading. I mean, the science is great. We are very fortunate to have all these scientists on board with us, but we need also to understand the pipeline and where this it stands at the moment. Παρακαλώ, περάστε μέσα να κλείσουμε και να ξεκινήσουμε τις εργασίες μας. Okay. We are okay. And without further ado, let me introduce Miriam Rai. Dr. Rai, she is the Director of Global Relations and Initiatives at the Friedreich's Ataxia Research Alliance, which is the US patient advocate organization leading globally the world effort for fighting FA and finding an effective treatment and ultimately a cure. Miriam, the floor is yours, and you will introduce to the rest of the session. Thank you.
So good afternoon, everyone. Well, I will reiterate what all the others have done, thanking the association, Vasilis, but also all the other members of his team who are not on this place of the stage today, but who did a very great job. And I can tell you how complicated it is nowadays to organize a meeting, partially in person. It has been really challenging. And don't forget the challenge aligning all the different time zones of the intervenants. So thanks to the association. And rather than introducing the pipeline, which Jen Farmer, my colleague, will do, I would like to start the pipeline on FA clinical research. Okay, shall we wait? No. Okay. Because my message is mostly meant to you here as FA community. And yeah, I will wait. This is why. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, thank you. So I would like to say thank you to the FA community. Thank you for all of you present here, FAers, parents, caregivers, researchers. Thank you to the FA community for your support to FA research. You are supporting the research whether by helping fundraising, and we heard this morning how HEFA has supported the genetic lab at Asian Hospital to keep the adequate equipment needed for the diagnosis of Friedreich's ataxia, whether by raising awareness, and don't forget May is the month of Friedreich ataxia awareness, so thank you for raising awareness like this event. Thank you mainly for participating to research studies. And I'm saying clinical studies because I know, unfortunately, not many clinical trials are happening for FA in these regions. And I can tell you there is a global effort to change the situation. And we are looking forward, to seeing clinical trials happening here. But thank you for participating to the clinical studies. And I would like to insist on how important is the natural history studies on FA, like the EFACT Center here in Athens. This is providing a structure and a very valuable registry to better understand Friedreich ataxia, to build and be ready for better clinical trials. Thank you also for those who are registered at the Friedreich ataxia patient global registry. Soon it will be available in many languages, including Greek, and data collecting from there help also to build better clinical trials. So again, thank you for being an active member to the FA research. We have achieved together, and thanks to your efforts, some milestones and some important milestones to the journey on the development of treatment for FA. The timing is now very exciting. We have a lot of things getting ready, being developed. We will have today an outline, an overview of the FA pipeline that will be introduced by Farah. And then we will hear another perspective, an industry partner perspective of a specific therapeutic approach. And at the end, we will have the clinician perspective on treatments under development, but also how all these will be integrated into clinical practice. So without having extra delay, I would like to introduce my colleague, Jen Farmer. Jen is the Chief Executive Officer of FARA, that's the Friedreich Ataxia Research Alliance in the US. Jen has many, many long years in FA. She's very close to the FA community. Jen has a major as a genetic consultant, so she knows very well the disease. And I've been into FA field since 21 years, and Jen was already there. So you can really trust what she will be telling you today. Jen, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miriam, for the introduction, and would just like to join you in thanking all of the organizers of this conference for putting together, a really spectacular agenda. I've been able to listen in for the past few hours to a lot of the research talks that you've heard, and really appreciate being able to join the conference today. So thank you all so much. Let's see, hopefully you can see my slides. And let me just, there we go. So before I get started on the treatment pipeline, I thought it might be helpful to some of you for me to tell you a little bit more about the Friedreich's Ataxia Research Alliance and what we do, because we really hope that we'll be able to work more closely with AHEFA and your community, both on the research as well as, basic research, as well as the clinical research that Miriam was talking about, the natural history studies, and bringing more clinical trials to Greece in the future. And so the Friedreich's Ataxia Research Alliance was founded in 1998 by patient families affected by FA, as well as researchers. And the focus of the Alliance is really to advance the research to find treatments and a cure. We believe that the way to do that is by raising funds and bringing people together who can both do the research as well as support the research. And so a lot of what our organization does is very research focused. And we try and do this in several different ways. And these are the strategic pillars that you see here. So we assemble conferences like this one to bring people together to share information, to make sure that there's an opportunity for, education as well as knowledge sharing. We don't want research to be in a silo, and we know that it's important for researchers to also engage with the patient community and the clinical community. And that's what these kinds of conferences are so important for doing. We also, spend a lot of time with all of our partners trying to build collaborations. We know that, I think when you saw Dr. Dettori earlier today talk about her research, it was really impressive, the number of researchers both in Australia and outside of Australia that she's collaborating with to do her research. And those kinds of collaborations we believe are really important. We also know it's important that we build collaborations with regulatory agencies like the European Medicine Association, and collaborations between our organizations. And that's one of the important roles that Miriam is fulfilling for FARA throughout Europe. And so, we really believe in partnership and collaboration. The other aspects of what FARA does is we directly fund FA research, and we fund FA research around the world. We do that through research grants to identify specific, to answer specific questions, to understand FA better, whether that's the cells in the dish or studies in people like natural history studies. We also believe that it's important to create resources for the community so that we can speed up the research process. I think one thing that we hear from patient families all the time is that the research goes so slowly. And so one thing that's really important to our organization is identifying ways to make the research go faster. And one way to do that is to create resources that are available to the whole research community so that we reduce the time it takes to do that research. So a lot of the cell models or cell lines that are needed to do research, we've put in place repositories where cells can be shared amongst researchers. Animal models are in places where all researchers can access them. We've also put in place resources like the patient registry that helps everyone kind of understand where individuals with FA are in the world and allows us to recruit clinical trials more quickly. So these patient registries are incredibly important because they identify where people with FA are globally, but then allow us to communicate directly with the community as well as recruit for clinical trials. And as Miriam was saying, the natural history studies are incredibly important. We're not able to do clinical trials if we don't understand the disease in terms of the clinical symptoms, how they progress, and have ways to quantify or measure that progression over time. We need tools called outcome measures and biomarkers that can be used in clinical trials to measure how the disease changes over time. And your participation in these kinds of studies is critical for us to be able to do those trials. And so FARA has invested a lot over the last 20 years in natural history studies, biomarker studies, to help facilitate getting clinical trials going and improving our ability to do those trials reliably and efficiently. So that's just a little bit about FARA and what we do. I'll switch gears now and just talk about the treatment pipeline. Before I jump right into the treatment pipeline, I just want to say a few things about how we think about developing therapies for FA. When we think about developing therapies for FA, there are multiple different ways to approach treatment, and we believe that this is incredibly important. We can target the frataxin gene. We can think about targeting the frataxin protein, the mitochondria where frataxin serves its function. And we can also think about symptoms that affect individuals with FA, and can we treat the individual symptoms that are occurring? So when we try and think about identifying these treatments, I like to think of this as sort of a cascade, but a lot of the research that we've been doing for the past 20 years is to identify not only treatment approaches, but what we call targets. So very specific genetic or molecular targets that we can make drugs from that will ultimately, reverse some abnormal biology or some, an abnormal cell process and ultimately lead to improvement in symptoms. And so the kinds of questions that we ask will inform identifying these targets. And so if we start up here with the FA gene and the mutation that's occurring in FA, which is the triplet repeat expansion, we ask questions like, how does the expansion occur? And how does the length of that GAA repeat expansion impact the phenotype or the symptoms and the progression of the disease? And so are there treatment approaches that can target this GAA expansion itself, and will that be meaningful to treating the disease? We know that the GAA repeat expansion silences the transcription of the gene and, reduces the amount of frataxin protein that gets made. So a lot of research has gone into trying to understand how the repeat expansion silences the gene, and are there genetic or small molecule targets that we can identify that will reverse this silencing. Then, kind of going to the next level down, if we think about the frataxin, the function of frataxin in the cell, is that something that can be substituted by another protein or another drug? Frataxin functions in the mitochondria. And so a lot of work has also gone into understanding what frataxin does in the mitochondria and the consequences of frataxin being lost. And so, the oxidative stress or mitochondrial dysfunction, are those things that can be intervened upon? Can we borrow therapies, that are being developed even in other diseases that can reduce oxidative stress or improve mitochondrial function? Then trying to understand how all of these consequences, play out in the cell or in the organ tissues. And so, how do these abnormal processes lead to cell death? Why are some types of cells more vulnerable than others? And then how these changes play out over time in terms of, changes that might happen very early in development, as well as the progressive changes that take place over time. And then finally, really trying to understand how this all translates to the symptoms that people have with FA and which of those symptoms are most important for developing therapies. And so this just should hopefully help you understand how we think about trying to develop treatments for FA and sort of the basis for this treatment pipeline. And, with all the work that's been done over the last 20 years, the good news is that we've learned a lot, and there are now lots of different ways in which we've identified where we might be able to intervene in the abnormal, processes that are going on from the mutation all the way down to, the tissue dysfunction or the organ tissue impact in the disease. So, for example, when we think about the repeat expansion, there's work now going on to try and cut out the repeat expansion or edit the mutation. We understand a little bit more about the silencing of the gene and specific drugs. There's a class of them now entering clinical trials called synthetic transcription elongation factors, or SYNTEFs. And these SYNTEFs directly interact with the FA gene and reverse the silencing to allow more frataxin protein to be made. There are also now therapies entering the clinic that are both trying to replace the abnormal FA gene as well as the abnormal protein. There are many drugs now that have been identified that can improve mitochondrial function and reduce oxidative stress, and you'll hear a little bit more about those today, as well as looking at trying to protect the cell from those consequences. And symptomatic therapies that you also heard about today, with things like trying to regulate iron or even exercise as a therapy to improve symptoms of FA. And so when we take all of this and try and put it into one picture, and try and put it into a picture that tells you where in the process are different treatments for FA, this is what we call the treatment pipeline. And so across the top is sort of the stage of development. And starting on the left, this is when things are very early. So in what we call discovery phase, and so that's being tested in the lab, in cells, typically in the dish, or sometimes in animal models. When particular treatment approaches kind of move from the discovery phase and we say, yes, we think this is a potential treatment, it moves into what's called preclinical development. And preclinical development is where you do a lot of testing in terms of dose and safety of the therapy to understand how you will test the therapy in humans and people. There are regulatory steps that occur along the way that are necessary where new drugs get approved. I apologize that I'm using US language in this pipeline slide, but both in the US and in the EU, new drugs have to be reviewed before regulatory authorities, the FDA in the US or the EMA in Europe, before they can enter human clinical trials. And so these are important steps that occur in the process of developing drugs. And then human clinical studies occur, and they occur in different phases. We typically start with safety studies and then move on to what we call efficacy studies to understand how the drug is working and improving, and if the drug is improving a specific symptom in the disease. And then if we see that the drug is both safe and having a positive benefit, it again goes through a regulatory review process before it can be ultimately available to patients diagnosed with the disease, so that doctors can write a prescription and give you a medicine. And so this, here we're just kind of trying to show you where in the process different treatments are. So each of these bars is, where the arrow ends is meant to tell you where in development the treatment is. Then going down the left-hand side are those treatment approaches that we just talked about. So going from, and now we're going in reverse order, so I apologize for that, but here starting at the gene therapies through the mitochondrial-based therapies. So the mitochondrial therapies are the ones that are the furthest along in development. And the first bar here is a drug called omavaloxolone that is being developed by a company called Reata Pharmaceuticals. And this drug has gone through multiple clinical trials, and there was a positive result from the most recent trial. And so Reata has submitted to the Food and Drug Administration in the US for approval of OMAV as a treatment for FA. And so this drug is sort of the furthest along in the process. You're going to hear from Dr. Matt Klein from PTC Therapeutics about vatiquinone. Vatiquinone is also in current clinical trials, and it's at the stage where it's being tested for efficacy to see how the drug improves the neurologic symptoms in FA. There are several other drugs that are currently in clinical trials that are targeting reducing oxidative stress or improving mitochondrial function. These are all very small studies, typically about 10 to 20 people, and kind of looking for a signal to see if the drug is having the effect that they think it should have. And then if these drugs have a positive signal in these small early stage studies, they would then move forward to much larger, multinational studies to really understand if the full picture of the treatment effect. But these are, several different drugs that all focus on mitochondrial function and trying to protect the mitochondria when frataxin is deficient. You heard earlier today about a drug trial that will soon start in France that is looking at iron regulation. There are several drugs that are currently in development that are looking at pathways that are abnormally regulated because frataxin is deficient. And so one of those that recently completed a clinical trial in Europe is laraglitazone, and that drug is being developed by Minarex. They did a small phase 2 study and saw some positive signal. And so hopefully we will see laraglitazone go into a bigger multinational study, either later this year or early next year. There are several drugs that are in development right now that are focused on the frataxin protein, and one of them is called CTI-1601. And with CTI-1601, the frataxin protein itself is being delivered. And there's a special carrier molecule that is attached to the protein that allows the protein, when it's injected, it's given through what's called a subcutaneous injection. So kind of like insulin is delivered for diabetes, the drug is injected into the skin, but it then disseminates throughout the body. And the carrier molecule allows frataxin to get into the cell and into the mitochondria. And this is being developed by Larimar Therapeutics. They finished a first-in-human study last year and currently evaluating longer-term safety with the drug before they continue to go into the next clinical trial. There are several different treatment approaches that are trying to increase the frataxin gene expression. So, reverse that silencing that I talked about earlier. And the synthetic transcription elongation factor drugs that I mentioned are also called gene tags, and they are being developed by Design Therapeutics. And these drugs have just entered the first clinical trial. And so people are getting just a single dose of this drug to test its safety and to figure out what dose might work to increase frataxin. So this just started about a month ago. There's a clinical trial ongoing in Australia right now to look at a high dose of a supplement called resveratrol that they've been investigating now for several years that can increase frataxin levels in the cell and should have results of this study later in the year. And then there's a lot of activity in the gene therapy space, both replacing the gene as well as trying to edit the gene and cut out those triplet repeats. And so most of this research is still ongoing in the lab. So testing in the animal models to understand dose and safety and distribution. But you can see just by the number of companies listed here, the amount of activity that is ongoing in trying to develop gene therapy. As you heard from several of the speakers earlier today, gene therapy is challenging because we want to get the gene to many different cell types in the body. And right now, the viral vectors and the nanoparticles that are currently available don't allow for the gene to be delivered to every single cell in the body. And so a lot of these different programs have had to pick and choose kind of different approaches, both what cells they're going to target or organ tissues they're going to target, as well as how these therapies are going to be delivered. One of the programs being advanced by Lexeo Therapeutics announced earlier this year that they've gotten approval from the Food and Drug Administration in the US to begin their first clinical trial. And Lexeo's gene therapy approach is to replace the frataxin gene using a viral vector called AAVrh10. And they're specifically focused on trying to deliver the gene to the heart in FA to protect from the cardiac disease or heart failure. And they will, they anticipate starting this first clinical trial later this year. So that kind of gives you an overview of the different treatment approaches that are currently in clinical trials or soon to come to clinical trials. FARA keeps this treatment pipeline updated on our website. And so you can always visit the website. For each of these things, you can kind of click on any one of the bars, and there's a paragraph of information that tells you some background about the drug and where the drug is in its current stage of development. And just to end, you know, to tie together a lot of what you've heard today, you know, we all know that there is a high unmet need in the FA community. There are no approved therapies today. And so any treatment approach, whether it is to treat symptoms or to, you know, change the disease progression, are going to be meaningful. We believe that for FA, we're going to need multiple therapeutics to get to a treatment and a cure. And the exciting thing is that, you know, we currently have a lot of therapies in development in clinical trials. And there's a lot to be hopeful about for the future. And one of those, you know, therapies is currently under review. So we could have a first approved therapy, you know, by the end of the year. There's a lot of interest from the pharmaceutical industry. And I think this is really important for you all to know and to understand that we're not doing this alone. There are a lot of partners in this, a lot of people helping to develop therapies for FA. And, you know, what's critical to making this all go is our global engagement and partnership, and that partnership across all of our stakeholders. And so I'll stop there and thank you for the opportunity to participate today, and happy to take questions, I think, later in the session.
Thank you very much. And just let's see, slides come up. While the slides come up, let me begin by giving a thank you to Vasilius and the honor of being able to come and present at the first Hellenic Friedreich Ataxia Society meeting. I've been involved in developing therapies for Friedreich ataxia for over a decade. And it has been clear to me since the first day I started that getting drugs for patients with Friedreich ataxia is a team effort that requires a close collaboration between scientists, patients, families, foundations, patient associations, companies, regulatory authorities. As Jen pointed out in her previous talk, there are so many people that have to work together to get this forward. And I am grateful to have been a part of this community in our efforts. It's like I'm still waiting for slides. I will start talking and the slides will come. So as I am currently with PTC Therapeutics, we are a company based in, something's happened. τώρα.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Yes, sir.
Extend. Okay, start again. Thank you again for having me here. It is a pleasure to be here. Let me begin by talking now about PTC. We are a global biotechnology company that's focused on developing therapies for patients with rare diseases. We were founded in 1998 with a very simple mission: use innovative science to develop drugs for patients who need therapies. That was our goal when we started in 1998, and that continues to be our goal today, even with our growth and success over the past 20 years. While we are headquartered in the United States, we have offices in 20 countries around the world and have activities in over 50 countries and have over 1,200 employees. But as we have continued to grow, we have continued to focus on this mission of developing therapies for patients that need it. Today, we have a very broad portfolio targeting a number of different rare diseases. We have approved therapies for diseases including Duchenne muscular dystrophy and spinal muscular atrophy, which we heard a little bit about earlier today, and have programs in a number of different diseases using a number of different approaches. Today, I'll be talking about our programs in Friedreich's ataxia, and I'm very proud to say that we have two different programs, one using something taken by mouth, what we call a small molecule, and the other a gene therapy approach, which we have heard a lot about today. I'll focus first on our small molecule program, which is with a drug called vatiquinone, which is currently in development for Friedreich's ataxia, as well as other mitochondrial disease disorders. Vatiquinone acts at a target in the cell that is called 15-lipoxygenase, or easier to remember, 15-LO. By targeting 15-LO, our drug vatiquinone seeks to regulate the inflammation and cell stress, which is known to be very important in Friedreich's ataxia and a number of other diseases. It targets a specific pathway that's called ferroptosis, which is a big word to basically explain inflammation, cell injury, and cell death, which leads to the symptoms of Friedreich ataxia. It's given by mouth, either as a liquid or as a pill. And as I mentioned, it's right now in clinical trials for Friedreich ataxia, as well as seizures associated with mitochondrial disease. To date, over 500 patients around the world have been treated, children as young as 1 month of age, adults as up to 68 years old have been treated with the drug, and we have learned a great deal about how the drug works. The pathway that we're targeting with vatiquinone, this 15-LO pathway, has recently been shown to be very, very important in a number of brain diseases, including common diseases like Parkinson's disease and Alzheimer's disease, but also importantly in rare diseases, including Friedreich ataxia. The way the drug works, I'll go through now. First, let me explain what goes on in the cell in diseases like Friedreich ataxia when there's high levels of stress. When there's high levels of stress, that enzyme 15-LO gets turned on. When that enzyme gets turned on, it increases cell inflammation and cell stress and decreases cell survival and leads to cell death. What vatiquinone does is it turns 15-LO off. And by turning 15-LO off, it can decrease inflammation, it can decrease cell stress, improve cell health and cell viability. So basically it's acting at an enzyme that's turned on by the disease, and by trying to turn the volume down or turning it off, it can decrease the inflammation and stress in the cell. So the rationale, or the reason why we're developing vatiquinone for Friedreich ataxia, has a very strong scientific foundation. It also has a clinical foundation, which I'll talk about shortly. But importantly, this pathway has been shown to be very, very important in a number of different models of Friedreich ataxia in the laboratory, and also by looking at blood samples from patients with Friedreich ataxia. As we heard earlier this morning from Professor Rotig, iron accumulation is very important in Friedreich ataxia. There's a lot of iron that leads to stress and cell injury and cell death, and there's evidence of the pathway regulated by 15-LO being elevated in patients with Friedreich ataxia. So what does that mean? It means that we know we're targeting an enzyme, 15-LO, that you can see in patients is active in the disease. There's also evidence in models in the laboratory, whether those be cells in the petri dish or different animal models of disease, that again, this pathway of inflammation and cell stress that's regulated by the 15-LO enzyme is active in Friedreich ataxia. We also know that in these same models in the lab, particularly the cell models in the lab, that when we apply the vatiquinone, the drug, we see that we turn the volume down of 15-LO, see inflammation go down, see cell stress go down, and see cells survive. So when you put all of these different pieces of evidence together, it tells us that we're working on an enzyme that is important, that could be very important in the disease, and it really supports the idea that turning this enzyme's activity down can be important to cells and potentially important in slowing the progression of Friedreich ataxia. We have also had clinical experience with vatiquinone, which supports its further development for patients with Friedreich ataxia. Patients with Friedreich ataxia have been treated in some of our earliest clinical studies, which were compassionate use studies, where there were reports of improvements in patient symptoms. And we have also done a previous clinical trial in patients with Friedreich ataxia, which also gave us encouraging results to continue to develop the drug. I'll also mention that this clinical experience also not only teaches us about the potential for a drug to be helpful in the disease, but it also teaches us how to do clinical trials in a disease. I think as we've talked a little bit about today, and Jen Farmer emphasized in her talk, drug development in Friedreich ataxia is very challenging. One of the challenges we have is we don't yet have an approved therapy. So it is hard when you don't have an approved therapy to know the path to go down to get another approved therapy. And so we have many companies and many researchers have spent a lot of time trying to understand how do we design these clinical trials that we need to take to EMA and to FDA to get drugs approved. And there's a lot we can learn by talking, but the only way to really learn is by doing and by conducting clinical studies and then making learnings and then being sure we apply those learnings to future clinical trials. So as we move forward with vatiquinone and Friedreich ataxia, we are now in our phase 3 trial that we call MOVE-FA. And this trial is building on the scientific rationale I talked about, the clinical experience we have with the drug in other studies, and also allows us to apply a lot of the lessons we have learned as well as other companies have learned in doing clinical trials in Friedreich ataxia, with the hopes that we give the trial the highest chance of success. This trial is currently ongoing. It is being conducted around the world with sites in Europe, in Australia, New Zealand, United States, and Brazil. And it's basically what's known as a placebo-controlled trial, which means patients come in the trial and they will get either the drug, vatiquinone, or placebo for a period of 72 weeks. And that sounds like a long time, and it is a long time, but again, this was one of our learnings that having a longer trial is really important in being able to show that a drug works in a disease like Friedreich ataxia, which takes many, many years to progress. Our job in a clinical trial is to take a small part of the lifetime of a person and be able to show a drug works. And you can imagine if a disease is moving slowly, that the longer you can see and test a drug, the better your chance of seeing it. It can slow a disease. And so that was one of our important learnings that we have in this trial. After the placebo period, all patients will receive vatiquinone for at least 24 more weeks. So that means that for patients who enroll in the trial, they will have the opportunity to receive the drug, even if they go through a period of receiving the placebo first. In this trial, we enrolled patients who are 7 years of age and greater. Actually, the majority of patients in this trial are between the ages of 7 and 18 years old. This is something that we believe is important because if you have a drug that is going to try to slow disease progression, it would make sense to try to start it as early as possible before the disease has progressed. This was something we were able to do given the experience of vatiquinone in treating children with mitochondrial disease, where we were able to demonstrate that we could give the drug to children in clinical trials. The primary endpoint of the study is changes in the disease rating scale, the modified Friedreich's ataxia rating scale, and we're also looking at activities of daily living as sort of a key secondary endpoint, or another critical thing we're going to measure in the trial to demonstrate that the drug is having an important effect on patients with Friedreich ataxia. I mentioned that this study is fully enrolled, and we expect to have the results of this trial in the springtime, or what we say the second quarter of 2023. I'll now shift gears to talk about our other program in Friedreich ataxia, which is our gene therapy program. And PTC has a platform of gene therapy programs that includes Friedreich ataxia and other diseases. We've taken an approach in our gene therapy programs to do something that we call targeted delivery. You can give a gene therapy in many different ways. Many of the therapies being studied today are given intravenously. That is, that it's given like as an injection, and the gene therapy then has to travel to many parts of the body where it might work. The approach we're taking at PTC is something we call targeted delivery to the brain. And what that means is that we administer the gene therapy directly to a part of the brain where we think it will be most effective. We believe by doing that, there's many advantages. First, by delivering the gene therapy to the exact location where you think it will have the most important effect, you're certain that it's getting there. It's not like you're administering it to another part of the body and are hoping that enough of it reaches where it really needs to go. This also allows us to give lower doses of the gene therapy, again, because we know we're getting it to directly the spot, in this case in the brain, where it needs to go. Our first program using targeted gene therapy delivery is for a rare disease known as AADC deficiency. AADC deficiency is a disease where children are born without an ability to produce normal levels of a chemical in the brain called dopamine. Dopamine in the brain is very important for motor activity, movement, things like being able to raise your head, sit up, for a child to crawl, eventually for a child to stand and to walk. And children born with AADC deficiency often don't have the ability to do these tasks. And so what we're doing with our gene therapy is giving a gene using a virus, much of what was talked about earlier today, and it's given through a very special brain surgery procedure that is done now for other neurological diseases, but in this case, we're using it to deliver the gene therapy to a specific part of the brain where dopamine is really needed. And what we've been able to demonstrate is that by doing that, delivering a gene that is functioning to part of the brain that needs it, we see increased levels of dopamine and then improvement in motor function. This program is advanced now in the regulatory process in Europe. We hope to have an approval for this gene therapy in 2022. And we are taking the learnings from this program and are now moving into our gene therapy program for Friedreich ataxia. The Friedreich ataxia gene therapy program is not yet in the clinic. We're still doing important testing before we go into the clinic. But this program also utilizes the idea of a targeted approach. In the case of Friedreich ataxia, we're delivering the gene therapy to the cerebellum, specifically the dentate nucleus of the cerebellum. That's a part of the brain we know that's really, really important in Friedreich ataxia. Now, while we understand that Friedreich ataxia is a whole brain disease, there's other parts of the brains that are affected, and we also know it's a whole body disease. Many organs in the body are affected. We are taking an approach, though, of delivering the gene to one part of the brain we know that is particularly important to a lot of the symptoms, understanding, of course, that, as Jen Farmer mentioned, Friedreich ataxia will be a disease where hopefully one day we'll have many therapies, and then it's going to take many therapies to treat the disease because it's so complicated. While we have a drug in vatiquinone that gets to all parts of the body, including the brain, our approach is to say, okay, let's take the gene therapy then and focus on one specific area of the brain. And that's what we're doing in our program. As I mentioned, we're still not yet in the clinic, but we've completed many important proof of concept animal studies showing that we can deliver the gene therapy. We can show that when we deliver the gene therapy, the new gene can make frataxin levels. It can make frataxin levels that can vary by the amount of the gene that we give. And we're right now in the process of completing the remaining studies that will allow us to get into clinical studies in patients. And as Jen Farmer mentioned as well, these are studies that are typically done in laboratory animals, and what they help us understand is the exact dose that we should be giving to patients, and it also makes sure that the gene therapy is safe to be used in patients. So we look forward to continuing to advance that program and get it into the clinic as soon as possible. I'll mention that we've been able to complete the manufacturing process for material that could be used in patients. That's also another very important step in gene therapy. And we hope that once we've completed our preclinical studies, that we can then move ahead with clinical studies. And we're already talking about trying to do those clinical studies in different sites around the world. So in summary, PT Therapeutics is proudly partnering and working in the Friedreich ataxia community. We're dedicated to delivering therapies to patients affected by Friedreich ataxia. And we're excited to be able to have two different programs, one targeting the whole body with vatiquinone, the other with a gene therapy that's targeting one particular area of the brain known to be very important to the disease. Our MOVE-FA trial with vatiquinone is fully enrolled. We're looking forward to being able to share those results from that trial in 2023. And we look forward to continuing to progress our gene therapy program forward with the hope of being in the clinic in the very near future. So with that, I'll thank you all again for your attention and the honor of being able to be here.
Thank you, Matt. That was excellent. So let's move ahead. It's a pleasure to introduce the next speaker, Professor Massimo Pandolfo. He is currently professor at the Department of Neurology and Neurosurgery at McGill University in Canada. Prior to that, Massimo has started his journey in medicine in Italy, and then he moved to the US, and then to Montreal, Canada. And then he moved to Brussels for over 20 years, where I had the pleasure to work with him on FA. And last year he moved back to Montreal to continue working on FA because he didn't want to stop before finding a treatment. So Massimo, it's for you.
Kalispera, agapiti, alinesfili, kasinadelfi. I am really...
Good evening, dear colleagues and friends. He said in Greek, the speaker.
To be part of this symposium, and I really want to congratulate for setting up this association that is putting, supporting FA patients from Greece and making them really part of the global FA community. What I'm going to do today is, let me share my screen, which I hope you can see now, is to make a number of considerations about the development of treatments for FA, and particularly pointing out certain challenges. It's not going to be as, let's say, pessimistic talk. On the contrary, and I think my first slide really shows you how I am not pessimistic, but really I would like to point to the accent of a number of challenges that are still there and that are being progressively tackled by researchers throughout the world. And we hope that we can get really beyond these obstacles to define effective disease-modifying treatments for FA. I'm saying I'm not pessimistic, on the contrary. And just to give you an idea, to put that things in context, I'm showing the slide that shows when I started my research in FA back in the 1980s. We really didn't know much about this disease. We knew that it was probably the most common inherited ataxia, at least in Europe, in people of European descent. We knew that it was autosomal recessive, but we had no idea of the genetic mutation. We had no diagnostic test. We had clinical diagnostic criteria that then we realized later on that were missing a good part of the patients. And of course, we had some supportive therapy, but essentially we didn't know anything about the mechanism of the disease. We didn't know anything about the possible therapeutic targets. We didn't, of course, we didn't have any treatment not only available, but not even in sight. And then things have changed radically, I would say, since that time. And of course, the main advance was the discovery of the genetic mutation underlying FA, which is, as you all know, the expansion of a GAA triple repeat inside the gene coding for the protein frataxin. There are some individuals who have other types of mutation affecting the frataxin gene, but so far, all of them are what we call compound heterozygous with the GAA repeat expansion, which therefore is found in each and every FA patient in the world. What does this mutation do? And I borrowed these slides from my graduate student, now becoming a PhD, Chiara Dionisi. It causes a number of changes in the structure of DNA and in the protein that bind this DNA in the cell nucleus that lead to what we call epigenetic silence. That is, this gene is not working anymore, is not making enough of the messenger RNA, and is not making enough of the protein it encodes for, that is frataxin. So basically leads to reduced level of frataxin, transcript and protein, which are the cause of the disease. Friedreich ataxia is a disease of frataxin deficiency. This deficiency is not absolute. There is a residual level of frataxin that is made, and this is very important. And we realize, we can see that some cells in the body can do pretty well with that residual level of frataxin. Others do not. So there is what we call a specific vulnerability to this partial frataxin deficiency that defines the pathological and clinical features of the disease. And how much frataxin deficiency is important for developing the disease and its entity is important can be clearly seen by the fact that you have some individuals, as there's a young man in the video here who is in his early 20s, is on a wheelchair, and as you can see is severely ataxic and has very low levels of frataxin. And we have other individuals like the lady here that you can see with Miriam, who is in her 70s, and as you can see is much less affected. And the difference is basically in the level of frataxin that these patients have in their system. Now, this leads us to the first, obvious, in a way, approach to try and treat FA. If the disease is a disease of frataxin deficiency, let's see whether we can correct this frataxin deficiency. If we can bring the levels of frataxin to those of normal individuals, or at least to those of heterozygous carriers. This is a recessive disease. The parents are heterozygous for the causative mutation. They have maybe 50-60% of the level of frataxin of their affected children, and they are fine. So let's see whether we can find ways of boosting the expression of frataxin to that level. And this slide shows you some possible approaches. Of course, gene editing, you heard about it, act directly on the GAA repeat expansion and get rid of it. It's still at an early stage of preclinical development. There are a number of challenges in order to take this to clinical fruition, but there are a number of groups that are working on it. The second possibility is the use of epigenetic modulators, that is of different types of molecules that can act on that epigenetic silencing that I mentioned before. That is, those changes in DNA structure in the proteins that bind the DNA, the frataxin gene, that make it silent. And by trying to change this kind of structure, so to add at this level, one can try and boost the expression of the frataxin gene. That is, make it express, make it put it in the situation of making mRNA and therefore protein as if the expansion was not there. The expansion is still there, but is made, let's say, harmless by this kind of epigenetic modulators. There have been approaches in the past to use molecules called histone deacetylase inhibitors. Unfortunately, they haven't got to to the clinical phase because of issues about biodistribution and toxicity. And but there is now a phase 1 study that just started by the company Design Therapeutics that uses an epigenetic modulator, essentially a specific molecule that would boost the transcription of the frataxin gene and therefore the expression of frataxin. Just started. We will see what's going to happen. And then, of course, there are a number of other ways of acting on frataxin deficiency. Gene replacement therapy, which is the classical gene therapy, introducing by some kind of a vector a copy of a DNA fragment that encodes for frataxin, which is an extra copy compared to those in the chromosomes, and use it to make the frataxin that is missing in the cells of FA patients. There are other molecules that can induce frataxin transcription regardless of the presence of the expansion. There is the protein replacement therapy, what you heard from Jen Farmer earlier about the current studies by the company Larimar that uses frataxin fused to another short peptide that allows it to be distributed in cells throughout the body and to get into mitochondria. This is ongoing. Other inducers of frataxin synthesis, that is molecules that boost the ability of the frataxin messenger RNA to be translated into proteins, and finally inhibitors of frataxin degradation that are also being studied by some groups. All of this clearly has the goal of restoring normal frataxin level. But let's ask a couple of questions. Where do you need to restore frataxin level, and when do you need to restore frataxin levels to have maximum efficacy? And we needed to have a critical look at what we call the neuropathology of Friedreich's ataxia. I will only speak about the nervous system today. I am a neurologist, but of course there are other parts of the body that are affected, like the heart, like the beta cells in the pancreas that need to be considered. But just to focus into the nervous system, we realize that if we want to restore normal frataxin levels, we need to do it in the cells that are primarily affected by FA first and foremost, and we have to do it in a time frame that allows these cells to survive, because we cannot treat a dead cell, of course. So let's see briefly what are the main targets in the nervous system for frataxin replacement therapy. So the first target is what we call the proprioceptive neurons in the dorsal root ganglia. These are neurons that are found not inside the central nervous system, but in kind of small swellings of the nerve roots near the spinal cord. This contains cells that are neuron, that are nerve cells that send their axons, the fibers, the thin nerve fibers that come from the nerve cells, to structures essentially in muscle and in other and in tendons that feel the position and movements of body parts. And then the other part of their axon, of their nerve fiber, goes into the central nervous system and transmits this information to the brain and to the cerebellum that is necessary for a good movement, coordination, and balance. So basically, these cells are key to provide the information about body part, motion, and position that is essential for coordination. And these are the first cells that suffer and eventually disappear in Friedreich's ataxia. And actually, the atrophy of their central branch, what we call, which goes in the posterior column of the spinal cord, that you can see here on the right, is what gave the name of the original essay by Professor Friedreich, which was called Überdegenerative Atrophie der spinalen Hinterstränge, which means only the degenerative atrophy of the posterior columns of the spinal cord. And this really shows, and this is found very early. And one issue with this pathology, which is basic pathology of FA, is the fact that it doesn't seem to progress very much when we see the patient. He's already there. And we have neurophysiological data that we collected with a kind of a sophisticated technique, which is called magnetoencephalography, showing that there is a defect basically in the transmission of the brain of this information on body motion and position. And this defect actually depends on how severe the frataxin deficiency is to begin with. So basically to the length of the GA repeat expansion, but doesn't really change with time, meaning that when a patient becomes asymptomatic, it's probably already established. And we actually have developed, now Dr. Dionisi has developed in our lab an in vitro model in which she differentiated cells, this kind of cells, these proprioceptive neurons, from induced pluripotent stem cells that you have already heard about today. And she noticed that these cells, of course, are frataxin deficient. The green and orange and red lines show the expression of frataxin throughout the differentiation and development of these cells, and you can see that these are lower than the levels of the other two lines that are the controls. But she also noticed that these cells actually express less of the markers of proprioceptive neurons, like parvalbumin, the one that I evidence now, and the RANX3, which is a transcription factor that is important for the development of proprioceptive neurons. This just means that there is something wrong in these cells already at the time when the nervous system develops, so well before symptoms happen. And she also noticed that there is something wrong in the way that these nerve fibers grow out of the cells, that they are more tortuous, they don't get as far, and she has done some quantitative analysis on this, and even the electric properties of these cells. So these are neurons, these are excitable cells that produce what we call action potential, electric signals, while their ability to generate these electric signals is somewhat impaired in at least a subset of these cells, showing that there is a clear developmental component. We have to keep that in mind, because targeting this type of cells when individuals are symptomatic, it may already be too late. And so we cannot expect an important correction of the phenotype by a treatment that only targets this kind of cells. Do we need to target them? I think so, because anyway, there is some evidence that the developmental story is not the whole story, and these are pathology samples from Dr. Arnie Koppen in Albany, New York, who has studied what happens over time to these proprioceptive neurons, and they keep being lost. So they develop abnormally, but they are also lost. So they are a target. But this target has to be seen in the context of something that may a bit contribute to the disease progression, but whose defect has already been clearly established even before symptoms appear. So this is clearly not a sufficient target. What we need to target then? We need to target the cerebellum. The cerebellum, and particularly the deep structure in the cerebellum called the dentate nucleus that you can see in the upper image on the left, that kind of ribbon of gray matter, it's the main output pathway out of the cerebellum. The cerebellum is a part of the brain that does certain types of computation that are necessary for coordination and balance. and then it has to communicate the results of its computation, if you wish, to the rest of the brain. And it does it through the dentate nucleus. Now, this output pathway is essentially lost. If you look at the image below, the one marked with FA, you wouldn't even see the ribbon of gray matter in the depth of the cerebellum. It's gone. The cells are gone. Now, this is, again, an early process, but it's not a complete process when patients become symptomatic. In fact, we think that the patients become symptomatic when this process starts, when the dentate nucleus has already dysfunctional cells and probably has lost already a number of cells, and the cerebellum cannot communicate with the rest of the brain, and symptoms of ataxia become very evident at that time. That's when people become symptomatic. Now, that's a valuable target, because if we intervene early enough, we can probably stop the malfunctioning and the generation of these cells and save whatever is left and make it functional again. So this is a valuable target. This is the target of the gene therapy that has been developed by the company PTC, the speaker just before me. But you have to keep in mind that there is no time to lose. This is just a small summary of a study done by magnetic resonance imaging that shows how, with time, this structure keeps being atrophied, becomes lost. So if you intervene too late, there is basically not much to do again here. I think that you understand already from the previous example of the dorsal root ganglia, this example, that intervening early is a major issue if we want to preserve maximum functional capacity in patients with FA and probably with any kind of neurodegenerative disease. So this structure is being lost over time, and the data that we have from neuropathology show that even a few years after symptom onset is already significantly atrophic. And then there are other structures that become atrophic with time, particularly what we call the central motor pathway of the pyramidal tracts. These are basically the nerve fibers that go from the cortex of the brain, where the motor cortex is, where we decide so the part of the brain that gives that starts the voluntary movement. When we want to make a movement, it's our cortex that activates and gives the order to the neurons in the spinal cord that control the muscle. And it does it through a pathway which is called the pyramidal tract. And this pathway also degenerates, particularly the longest fibers that go to the neurons that control the legs. This causes weakness. This causes muscle spasms, so this causes a number of symptoms that are mostly present in advanced FA. And in fact, we have neurophysiological evidence that the conduction through this pyramidal tract is impaired, what we call the central motor conduction time. For instance, here from the brain to the muscles in the hand, it gets 15, 17 milliseconds from a normal average of a little more than 9 milliseconds. So this conduction is slowed, the potential is lower, muscles become weak. This happens later on. So we have the third phase, the third wave, if you wish. The DRGs, then the cerebellum, and then we have this wave of degeneration of the pyramidal tracts. If we act only on the previous waves, and even if we are fully successful and we don't deal with this third wave, we will nevertheless expect to have some pathology and maybe have Friedreich ataxia that becomes a more what we call a hereditary spastic paraplegia, a condition in which legs become weak and stiff, but without much ataxia. Is still a functional, clearly causing functional impairment, but it may be less bad than FA. So it may be just a partial treatment to treat, for instance, the cerebellum, but leave this part of the pathology progress. And this clearly happens with time, because we know that the longer the disease, the longer the central conduction time, so the more impaired is conduction in this pathway. So basically, if we can make a step back, we can say that what we want to do with frataxin restoring therapy, ideally, is to restore physiologic frataxin level in all cells whose function and survival are compromised by frataxin deficiency. But we have challenges. First of all, is the limited or unbalanced biodistribution of gene therapy vectors or other therapeutic agents. They have to reach these targets, at least in the nervous system, the target I just mentioned. And then they have to direct the frataxin expression to a correct level, not too little, because otherwise, the treatment fails to do what it's supposed to do, but also not too much. We don't want it to have to, and this expression has to be balanced. We don't want it to too much in some cells and too little in other cells. And we need it to be sustained over time without too many changes up or down, because it can become excessive or insufficient over time, at least in some cell types. So we needed to, first of all, to know what the current approaches, the developing approaches can do in terms of reaching their targets, in terms of how much frataxin they induce, and how long and how this behaves over time. We know that current gene therapy vectors and other therapeutic agents have limitation in reaching all relevant therapeutic targets within and out of the CNS. And therefore, we can, and that's why we think that waiting for the magic bullet that can do all of this, it may be worth starting to target only a subset of vulnerable cells. Can we cure FA piecemeal? Maybe. But of course, we have to understand that the treatments that are now being used to upregulate frataxin are probably not able to target the whole thing. Treating cardiomyopathy may give independent benefit. There is a trial that will soon start of gene therapy directed for that. To what extent, in what patients, we need to know. What can we expect by treating just the DRGs or the dentate nucleus? As I said, if you try to treat just the DRGs, probably we're not going to get much of a benefit, because these are already compromised at the developmental stage. Treating only the dentate nucleus, if you do it fast enough, we can probably stop the progression of ataxia and maybe get some improvement in the ataxic component of the disease, but may not probably prevent the later development of weakness and muscle stiffness, what we call so turn the disease maybe in some sort of a spastic paraparesis. How much we can expect from neuroplasticity from vector diffusion? We target a region, the vector may diffuse to other brain regions and have a more widespread effect. We need preclinical studies in animal models to figure that out. And of course, there is the issue of administering a second and third treatment to target additional cells and tissues, and I'm referring particularly to gene therapy and the limitation it has from the immune point of view. Is excessive frataxin expression a problem? How does it change over time? I raised this question. We know that from animal and cell culture data, there may be a 2-3-fold higher expression than normal is not problematic, but there are data that 10-fold or more high expression is toxic, at least for some cell types. This may be related to various mechanisms. Too much frataxin can actually clog the import mechanism into mitochondria, the processing mechanism that makes mature frataxin, and this may affect other proteins as well that needed to enter mitochondria and be processed. There may be protein aggregation and accumulation. We see that the transfected culture cells that overexpress frataxin have it in the wrong part of the cells, and they may be too much and they form aggregates. And of course, the iron sulfur synthesis may be impaired if there is too much of one component compared to the others. And finally, there is some evidence that if you increase too much frataxin expression, you get you get a feedback inhibition of endogenous frataxin that may be also involved other ionosulfur synthesis factor, and this may be a mechanism actually of impaired functionality when you have too much frataxin. We have to consider the immune response that can, of course, first of all, and even before you can treat, leads to the exclusion of patients with pre-existing antibodies to the virus from which a viral vector is derived. There may be ways around this, ways to immunosuppress these patients, or better to derive vectors that do not cross-react with naturally occurring viruses, so that are non-viral based, but this is all work in progress. So for the same reason with the current vectors, they essentially one shot only to treatment, you cannot repeat. And if you have treated one part of the body and then you needed to treat the second part of the body, that may be problematic. There may be loss of efficacy over time if an immune response is mounted against the cells that have been infected by the virus. And there may be acute toxicity issues. Systemic, we know that high doses of certain viral vector like AAV can cause a systemic reaction with a systemic inflammatory reaction and dysfunction of important organs like the liver. And you can have focal toxicity related to immune response, and this may actually target the dorsal root ganglia, the same cells that we try to save in FA, and there is a whole, again, current research about this. We know already from experience in gene therapy that preventive and therapeutic immunomodulatory treatments are needed. And some groups are developing approaches to that should, in principle, allow repeated dosing and therefore facilitate also the piecemeal approach to treatment I mentioned before. A few words about other approaches. You have heard about vatiquinone, you have heard about the concept, and you have heard about many other approaches that are being now in the pipeline from Jen Farmer. Basically, these are targeting the downstream consequence of frataxin deficiency. This is related what frataxin does. Frataxin is involved in iron-sulfur cluster biogenesis, and if this is impaired, you have alteration of its energy metabolism, mitochondrial respiratory chain, and also energy metabolism out of the mitochondria. You have oxidative stress, decreased energy production, etc. And of course, these may all be targets of frataxin deficiency. And I will just say that there are a number of treatments, of course, that you have heard about that are targeting this downstream consequence of frataxin deficiency. These are important approaches. First of all, because they're probably going to be available before some of the frataxin restoring treatments are really developed enough. And second, because they may be complementary, being used together with those to assure that the best possible restoration of function is achieved and in the shortest possible time range. I just want to mention one final thing concerning these approaches to correct frataxin deficiency. You have already heard that inflammation may play a role. And we actually did look at changes in the proteins that are present in the cerebrospinal fluid, the fluid that bats the brain and the spinal cord. We looked at if there are proteins that are present at different abundance in FA patients versus controls, and we found a number, but very interestingly, we found both upregulated and downregulated proteins that have to do with the immune system and with inflammation, showing that inflammation is clearly a component of the neurodegenerative process of FA, and therefore that we needed to include molecules or approaches with anti-inflammatory properties if we really wanted to have a full spectrum of weapons against the consequences of frataxin deficiency. How do we assess therapeutic efficacy? That will require a long talk by itself. We needed to have clinical outcome measures, and we needed to have what we call biomarkers. This is a long process that is basically based on the ongoing natural history studies and complementary studies. I have not time to get into this, but I'm saying that this is absolutely essential to proper design of clinical trials and to get to fruition of these therapeutic developments in terms of clinical trials, have appropriate outcome measure, and particularly understand what is a clinically significant improvement. If we give a treatment, we want to see a change in the life of patients. We now don't want to see the change in a biological parameter or in a rating scale that then is in the eye of the observer more than in the life of the observed. So that's with this kind of consideration, I will stop here. I'm afraid I've even spoken a little too long, and I'm ready to take questions together with the other speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Massimo. Thank you to all the panelists. I hope the participants, thanks to all the panelists, have a better understanding how the work is being done towards the complicated multiple therapeutic approaches for Friedreich ataxia. I would like to ask if we have questions from the Zoom chat. Do we have online questions before taking questions from the room, or we don't have questions? Okay, great. Yes.
So thank you very much. It's a good one. Hopefully next year we have you live with us here. I have a question. Do we have a better understanding on the developmental biology of the disease? Why does it specifically affect this type of neurons and it doesn't affect some other type of neuron or another cell type equally, since it's a gene that is ubiquitously expressed, or the protein is so why does it selectively degenerate these particular tissues? Do we have a good understanding so far? Thank you.
Should I answer? Okay, the short answer is no, we don't have a good understanding. We are trying to work on it because exactly this is a crucial part of the story. Why certain cells, let's say with 20% of frataxin, which is probably what's in an average level in FA patients, why a lot of cells are fine with that and others are not. And even cells of the same category, neurons, cells of the brain. Some cells of the brain are fine with low frataxin, and some cells of the brain or the nervous system are not. We are trying to figure it out, and that's why we are working with cellular and animal models, and we try to dissect really what's wrong, and what we also need is to compare different cell types and look what are the differences. Why, for instance, cortical neurons of the brain cortex, are essentially much more resistant, with possible exceptions of those that control movement, from the motor cortex. They have long axons, but long axons is not the whole story because other cells, there is still a difference even between cells that have long axons. That may be related to specific factors that are important for the development and survival of certain cell types, and that are somehow affected either directly by an impairment in iron sulfur cluster synthesis or indirectly by mitochondrial dysfunction or some other downstream mechanism. To be honest, we don't know. We need to do this work.
Thank you. Can I ask one question to Matthew also? So Matthew, thanks also for the wonderful talk and for sharing your tremendous work that you've been doing with the company. my question is regarding that small molecule drug that you're developing, and it's targeting unsaturated fatty acid oxidation, if I understood well. Do you have any input on whether the effect of the drug might be different on neuronal cells versus heart cells? For example, heart muscle primarily relies on fatty acids for energy, and the opposite, I think, if I'm not wrong, might happen under stress on the neuronal component. So can you target, I mean, the drug specifically, or is it going everywhere and it might have different types of effects? Thank you.
Yeah, very good question. The target of the drug is an enzyme and a pathway that's present in all cells and has been shown to be a response pathway to oxidative stress in all cells, which is, rather than a specific approach, we're taking a more general approach to a pathway that could be important in every part of the body that's affected by FA.
May I ask? So I would like to ask you, what kind of vector do you use for the clinical trial? Is an AAV? And what serotype is that?
Yeah, it's an AAV. We haven't yet shared what the serotype is. We'll do that once we're getting closer to going into the clinic.
Oh, okay. And one more question, actually, to both of you. Given the complexity of the regulation, gene regulation, and the multiple tissues affected, how you foresee that, or how close could be, gene therapy to work?
Yeah, I think that's a very good question. I think we are all, I always like to tell the story when I was in medical school many years ago, when the human genome was cloned, and everyone believed now that we understand genes and diseases, we can fix every disease. But obviously it's taken us a long time, and I think there is understandably a lot of excitement for gene therapy and the potential for gene therapy for diseases including Friedreich ataxia, which results from a single gene. So the idea is, if you can replace the genes that aren't working perfectly with the gene that's working well, can we fix the disease? And I think that promise remains. However, I think, as we've talked about and your research has shown as well, getting from this idea or something that sounds biologically very simple and turning that into a therapy is a long road. I think we have a lot of great minds working on this together, which I think will help. I think there's promise. I think there's now one gene therapy in the clinic that Jen Farmer shared for the heart. I think that's a great sign. I think we will learn and continue to get better and better at this. And I think it might be that the first gene therapies aren't cures, but can actually help the disease. And I think as we move forward, we can think about, and gene therapy advances, right? So that you can do repeat dosing or give one vector to the brain, one vector to the heart, those types of things that I think we would all like to be able to achieve with gene therapy. I'm not sure we're there yet, but you can definitely see, as I would say, the stones on the path to get there.
Thank you.
Hello. So discussion about therapies and let's say clinical trials. What needs to be done so we can see more Greek patients enroll to such cases? And I mean, not a generic question, who needs to do? So HEFA needs to do something, government, who needs to do and what, if you can answer that.
Thank you for this question. Do you have anything to add on that? Because you have experience in global clinical trials. We have another question on the same line asking what the community could do to accelerate approvals, but also accelerate access to trials globally. since your company was in touch with different regulatory agencies and have run clinical trials globally. Can you give us an insight there?
So I will say that when you do clinical trials, there's many balances to try to include as many patients as possible, but also to make sure that you can efficiently get all the patients into the trial that you need. I will say that this meeting today is, from my point of view, a tremendous success in bringing the community in the Friedreich's ataxia community in Greece together with the global community. I think it raises awareness and showing that there is structure and the ability to participate in trials. And I think you have a wonderful leader who I think is a great advocate, Vasily, in advocating for bringing trials to Greece. I will also say that the Friedreich's Ataxia Research Alliance, I won't speak for Jen, she can speak, but I think has done a tremendous job in building a global network of trial sites to help companies like us when we try to do clinical trials to already have leaders pointed out, structure pointed out to allow for doing clinical trials, which are a lot more complicated than just doing clinical medicine. There's a lot that goes into it that's needed, and the Friedreich's Ataxia Research Alliance has done a terrific job in setting up sites around the world.
If I may add a comment, I think what's really important is the existence of networks of clinical sites that work together for the natural history, work together to develop and test biomarkers, and work together in order to define how to best design a clinical trial. There is a network like this in Europe, and Greece is part of this network. It's called EFAX, the European Friedreich Ataxia Consortium for Translational Studies, initially funded by the European Commission, but now living an independent life. And there is another consortium in North America, but also extending to Australia, that is essentially supported by FARA. And these two are planning to be integrated and work together in the future. And this is essential because this will really offer the infrastructure to do trials that will not exclude anybody anywhere in the world from a clinical trial, because you have, and the companies that are doing clinical trials are going to be let's say the partner of the structure. They are going to be invited to have a connection with these networks in terms not only of implementing the trials, but also designing the trials in a way that doesn't exclude anybody, and in a way that is most effective to get to to have the results that we want, to know if something works, to know if something is safe and effective. So Greece is part of the map. Greece is involved with the EFAX consortium, and the EFAX consortium and the other consortium, which is called the CCRN, are going to be more integrated in the near future and offer really the possibility to everyone to be part of this.
Thank you, Massimo. Yeah.
I would add a more complexity to the questions that got from the audience as well about pediatric clinical trials on FA. If any one of you could add a couple of words on it, on the feasibility and complexity of it, so that will help the audience to understand why not much is happening in the pediatric population. Thank you.
Well, it's not that not much is happening with the pediatric population. It is the fact that the pediatric population has specific regulatory needs. I mean, the regulatory agencies that have to authorize the trial and they eventually have to accept the therapeutics that come out from this trial, they license them. They have they have specific requirement for children. And this is perfectly justified. Children are not small adults, as is usually said. They may be particularly vulnerable to certain treatments. They need to be assessed in a different way. Some of the outcome measures that we use in adults are not really that effective. So we needed to design the trial specifically for children. And we needed to make sure that something that looks safe in principle in adults is also safe for developing individuals like kids. So there are a number of issues. On the other hand, if we think that we have a treatment that may be beneficial for children and children that can really benefit from it, and I insisted on the fact that the earlier we treat, the better it is, we can have sort of an accelerated way of having the authorization of running trials in children. But again, since the patient population in FA includes individuals of many different ages, it is probably what, the path of least resistance to start testing and treatment in adults, getting faster approval to do that, and then extend it to children with additional preclinical studies and that are required by agency. But children are not at all forgotten, and in the end, they will be the primary target of any type of treatment that is supposed to stop or even to prevent the appearance of certain symptoms.
Yeah, and I guess I'd just add and say that there actually are clinical trials right now ongoing in kids. The MOVE-FA study is in children. Some of the other clinical trials that are ongoing include children. So, we'll continue to kind of see a mix of clinical trials, some of them starting in adults and then moving to kids. But it depends on the treatment that's being tested and what potential therapeutic impact we think it'll have in terms of, what the risk benefits might be, to sort of figure out where, what the best population is to test the drug to start. So there are going to be different approaches for different drugs. And I think that's the other thing that's important to keep in mind.
Yes, I mean, the PTC trial is above age 7, and the Minorix trial started at age 12. So we were including children and at least adolescents in a number of trials that have already been.
Thank you both. This is very helpful, mostly for the parents present today. I think we have one last question from the audience, and then we should move to the last speaker of the previous session who would like to join us.
So you said there are no one is to be excluded from the trials. Once they are also here in Greece, we can also all patients may participate. And my question is: are there any prerequisites or any restrictions? Let's say how, or more specifically, how can patients and carers help from their side? Are there any steps to be done to prepare the way to start, let's say, a clinical trial? What should we do as carers and as patients?
Maybe I can give an answer, and then I think I have to apologize because my phone has been ringing many times I'm on hospital service today, so I need to go. But let's put it this way. The best thing that you can do to help with clinical trials is, first of all, to be in a patient registry or database, to make manifest to the research community that you are there and you are willing, and you may be willing to participate. There are a number of ways. There are the patient registries, there is the FARA registries, there are the fact of being included in the natural history studies, the BEFAX or the CCRN study, which is called FACOMS. There are specific studies for children as well. So there is a FRIEDREIC'S ATAXIA app that is being developed, and that you can just download on your phone and put your information in it, and that may help you to be in touch with what's going on in the research world and even volunteer for clinical studies. So I think the main thing is to be in touch with the community and to be in some kind of registry, and don't forget the app. I think it's a good opportunity now here to make some advertisement for the FA app. It's going to be a very important tool. And it's available for Apple, and it's available for Google, Android-based systems.
Thank you. Yeah, and the app is also translated into multiple languages. And, just to add to what Massimo suggested, I would also say the other thing about being ready to participate in clinical trials is what you're doing today in terms of being educated and kind of really understanding what these treatments are and how they're being developed, and what some of the risks and benefits are going to be, and really thinking about what it might mean to be involved in a clinical trial. And being involved in a clinical trial is a big commitment. It involves, going to a research center often multiple times over a short period of time. Sometimes it can be, 5 to 8 visits in 6 months. And so it's a big commitment personally for an individual and a family to make to participate. And sometimes it could involve, additional medical procedures. It can involve, obviously, taking an experimental medication. And so really being educated and informed on the therapies that are in development, and also, what's required of a clinical trial is incredibly important, and something that I think all families should take very seriously.
Thank you. Thank you to all.
I needed to go. Thank you all. Efkaristopoli.
He's from the other side of the Atlantic as I need to take the microphone. Okay. But I need to stay here. Okay. So thank you, Jen. Thank you, Professor Pandolfo. Dr. Matt Client, thank you, and Dr. Miriam Rai, because your commitment to this event is impressive. Thank you for that. It is very important, and this is, I say it as a first step in a close cooperation, which actually means that we can be a reliable and honest partner. And this is something something that we started 4 years ago. We'll build it daily, and we can improve it. And we are dedicated to invest resources in terms of clinical centers, clinical sites, and of course educating with participating in seminars our beloved doctors in this effort. So thank you all for being here with us today. And I think that this was a great panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great.
Before Stephanie.
Stephanie.
Is she online?
She's online, yes.
I'm sorry, break in 15 minutes. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Stephanie Shirky, who was supposed to present at the Clinical Research for Innovative Treatments session. She's based in California, San Diego. Stephanie has earned her PhD in Paris, and then she got specialized in stem cells and gene therapy at the Scripps Institute in San Diego. And afterwards, she became associate professor at the University of California, San Diego, at the Department of Pediatrics, the Division of Genetics. And she will speak today about her project on FA development. Thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, and thank you to the organizer for inviting me to this conference. I'm sorry, because of the time change, I had to speak later. But so I will speak about a project that is still in preclinical stage for FRIEDREIC'S ataxia, and it's the use of gene therapy. But in this case, we are calling ex vivo gene therapy because we are using the hematopoietic stem cells. So I just show that not to talk about FRIEDREIC'S ataxia because, you know, I mean, everybody knows, but it's just to point out that the issue with FRIEDREIC'S ataxia, as it was very well said by Dr. Massimo, is like you have to fix the issue in many organs in FRIEDREIC'S ataxia. You have to target the brain, the dorsal root ganglia, the spinal cord, the heart, and the muscle. So to do so, the approach we are using in my lab is like using hematopoietic stem cells, which are the stem cells that reside in our bone marrow and that have the capacity of being able to migrate to all the tissues and be able to integrate there for a long time. So we use this approach of autologous hematopoietic stem cell that we use from the patient, and we gene modify in a dish. And after the patient goes through a chemotherapy to remove their own stem cells, and then we infuse back the hematopoietic stem cells where they will reside there for the rest of the life of the patient. And this is not science fiction. You know, this is in a clinical trial for many diseases already. And in our own lab, we really went from preclinical to clinical for another disease called cystinosis, which is a multi-organ degenerative disease also. And so, as Dr. Clem said, it's really important to know this, how to go from bench to bedside, and we have the capacity of doing that here. So we went first in the mouse model of FRIEDREIC'S ataxia, and we used the stem cells from a normal mice that were really green, so we can track the cells after transplantation. And we did an irradiation, so it's equivalent to the chemotherapy to remove those stem cells of the mice, and we did an infusion. And what we've seen was very impressive is that the mice that have received, the FRIEDREIC'S ataxia mice that have received the treatment of hematopoietic stem cells had a normal locomotor activity that was equivalent to the wild-type mice that you can see here. I hope you see my cursor. The non-treated mice or the mice receiving cells from the disease mice were not, you see that they have defective activity, defective gait, muscle strength and coordination, whereas the mice treated were equivalent to the wild-type mice. And we checked the dorsal root ganglia where the neurons die, and you see that the two controls of the two disease mice, there is a death of the neurons, whereas the mice that receive the wild-type hematopoietic stem cells, we could preserve the neurons. We also showed that the frataxin expression was increasing the tissues in the brain, in the spinal cord, and that the mitochondrial function was improved. And so that was very, we can tell me, the hematopoietic stem cells will make blood cells. So how can this work? So we know now that the hematopoietic stem cells, the beauty of them is that they don't have barrier. They can go anywhere in the body, especially when there is like damage. And so they can go here in the brain, and you see all the green cells here. It's very impressive, the number of cells that we could see in the brain, in the dorsal root ganglia, and spinal cord. So again, we do one bone marrow transplant and the cells do the job. They go wherever they need to go. And so what we showed is that these cells become macroglial cells, is a sort of macrophages that reside in the brain. And what they do here, they are in red. So the macroglial cells that contain the frataxin that we tagged with a GFP fluorophore can now be seen in the neurons. And this is what we think is that the hematopoietic stem cells become macroglia in the brain, spinal cord, DRG, and they can transfer the frataxin to the neurons to prevent their death. But again, the good thing about these cells is that they can also go to the heart and the muscle. So we don't need to do anything else. They know where they have to go. And if there is damage, they go there. And so you can see again also in the heart all the impressive number of hematopoietic stem cells in the heart and muscles. And again, we show that we have expression of a frataxin, increased expression of frataxin in heart and muscle, and improved of mitochondrial function. So now we want to go to clinic, and we want to then gene correct the cells. However, because the gene, in the case of cystinosis, we add the gene, and it's overexpressed. But we know that in the case of frataxin, the overexpression can be toxic. So we wanted to avoid that. So what we are doing instead is a gene editing approach using CRISPR-Cas9, and we cut the elongation. And so the good thing about that is that most of the patients with Friedreich ataxia have this expansion mutation. So the same approach can be used for all the patients. It's in intron, so we can remove it. It's not affecting the gene. And again, because we just cut the gene itself, then it's expressed in the same manner. So it's a regulated manner. So we showed first in the patient cells that were cell line that if we do that, and this is the optimized version, so if, for example, for this patient 1 or patient 2, you can see that if we do this gene editing approach, we end up with not overexpression, but increased expression of frataxin in these cells from mRNA level, but also from a protein level. So then we went and we use the hematopoietic stem cells from the patient, because now we also want to make sure that there is nothing from the hematopoietic stem cell from the patient that would prevent us to do that. So we used volunteers, who kindly participated to this study. And out of 5 patients, we did this approach of removing the GA repeat. And we obtained a gene editing efficiency going from 12% to up to almost 56%. And in these cells, we showed that the frataxin expression was increased and the mitochondrial function was also improved. So now we went back to the mice, because now the next step is to show in a mouse model that we can have a disease improvement with this approach. And all this step is what the FDA requires. So this is called pharmacology. So we have to show that this works in a mouse model. So the good thing about the mouse model we are using is that if there is no frataxin, murine frataxin, that it has a human frataxin transgene. So they express a frataxin transgene that contains 800 GA repeat. So this is a perfect for our method, because we are using exactly the same reagent than we will use in patient. And so we showed that in their stem cells we can cut the GA expression, and when we transplant these cells back in the mice, we show that we see the gene editing cells that engrafted in the hematopoietic tissues. That's good, but also in the tissues like spinal cord, heart, brain, and skeletal muscle, which are impacted by the disease. But what we were impressed with is that the gene editing efficiency, in this tissue was limited, but when we look at the protein level, the expression of the protein, frataxin, comparing the non-edited mice as control with the mice receiving the stem cells that have been edited, we see a really significant increase of the frataxin protein expression in all the tissue that have been affected by the disease. And we also showed that there is a improved of mitochondrial function, like this is a marker for mitochondria biogenesis, which also is improved in the spinal cord and heart of the mice receiving the stem cells that have been edited, and also the cardiac hypertrophy marker that was increased in the disease mice are improved in the mice receiving the stem cells that have been edited. And so we also, the last thing we've done is that we try to see if we could improve the locomotor activity. So in this new mouse model, the neurological defect is very minimal. So, but we found that the gait shows some parameter of the gait are different in the disease mice, and you can see, for example, the number of steps, because they are smaller, are increased in the mice that are diseased, and they also work with irregularity. And the pressure is also different. But when we look, and again, it's a small amount of mice, so we hope to improve all this, is that we, in the mice receiving the stem cells that have been edited, have an improvement. So we show like disease improvement with these cells that have been edited. So this is, I think, a great step forward to be able to convince the FDA so we move forward for a clinical trial later on. And so this is what we want to do, is take the stem cells from the patient, gene edited them in a dish, put them back, and we hope that they will be able to integrate into the disease tissue and be able to provide the healthy protein in all this tissue. And I just want to finish to thank all the lab members who works in this project, all the patients who participated to this study, all the community and all the funding, the NIH, FARA, who has been a supporter of this project since the beginning, and also FARA Australia. Thank you so much.
Any questions on the results? Did you hear the questions?
I cannot hear, sorry. I don't hear anything.
Hello, I'm George Koliakos from the University of Thessaloniki. And I would like to ask if you or anybody else has tried in a similar experiment mesenchymal stem cells that may have a similar effect with hematopoietin.
Yeah. So that's a very good question. So in the project of cystinosis, we tried in parallel the hematopoietic stem cells, the mesenchymal stem cells, and the whole bone marrow cells. And actually the mesenchymal stem cells have only a short-term effect, beneficial effect. And now we know that these cells actually integrate very short-term into the tissue. They don't stay in contrast to the hematopoietic stem cells. So the mesenchymal stem cells are really good for treating acute disease, but they will not stay for a long time. So it's not good for the chronic genetic disorder like FRIEDREIC'S ataxia.
Thank you.
We do have one more question. It's coming. The microphone is coming.
Thank you. Very nice data. I have a question that, at least to my knowledge, allogeneic stem cell transplantation has not been used for FA's treatment. So I wonder how your approach would provide cure in all affected tissues. I mean, we know that bone marrow stem cells can differentiate into microglia and, of course, restore the brain damage. But I wonder how this can benefit the heart.
That's a very good question. So in the heart and muscles, we have shown, and we have shown that also for cystinosis, and others have shown that, is that they become macrophages, resident macrophages. So it's the same kind, it's the same family of the macroglia cells. And when they reside in the a tissue, and they can transfer the protein to the disease cells, the same way when this happened to in the brain.
Thank you, Stephanie. Thanks a lot for joining today. Thank
you very
to
much.
the previous panelists who are still here. I think we do have a short break before moving to the 30 minutes. Okay, we do have a half an hour break, 30 minutes before moving to the two last sessions. Thank you.
Στο διάστημα που έχουμε τις ομιλίες και που άνθρωποι που δεν είχαμε καμία επαφή με την αταξία του Φρίντριχ ενημερωνόμαστε γι' αυτό, κάθε λεπτό που περνάει και κάθε στιγμή που περνάει, εγώ εντυπωσιάζομαι ακόμα περισσότερο από τη δύναμη ψυχής.
I am really impressed with the example that you said. Our next speaker is a big example. I didn't know that. I am a journalist. I should have known him. And it will be a great honor to take an interview. Excellent. Kyle Bryant is together with us. It's a great honor to be with us. I give the floor to Mr. Theodosis Lapatas to coordinate the discussion. Speaker, η ομιλήτρια δεν είναι στο μικρόφωνο. Πάλι. Μικρόφωνο.
Δεν τον ήξερα, κακός και είμαι και δημοσιογράφος, και θα έπρεπε να τον γνωρίζω και θα είναι πολύ μεγάλη μου τιμή στο μέλλον να του πάρω και μια συνέντευξη, Βασίλη.
She repeats again what she said earlier on. Mr. Brian Kyle, I repeat, says the speaker is with us.
Yep, I got you. All right, I'm not hearing the English version, so excuse my delay, but thank you for having me. I assume this is where I should introduce myself. I just wanted to say that I really wish I was there with you. I have seen some pictures of some incredible friends, and I'm so glad that you guys are doing this. I think the global pandemic has a silver lining. It's brought us together a little bit as a community. And I would never have been in touch with all of you and several other global communities in Friedreich's ataxia if it weren't for the pandemic. So I'm grateful for that. Thank you so much for your participation in the Rat Ataxia Global Challenge. As everyone knows, May is FA Awareness Month, and we're all participating in the Lend Us Some Muscle Global Challenge. And I encourage everyone to participate and unite as a global community. So thanks so much for having me today.
Hi, Kyle. Welcome also to our panel. Thank you for joining the first Hellenic Friedreich Ataxia Congress. You have been inspiration for most of us. In case you don't know Kyle, he's going to introduce himself in a bit, but he has been a role model for all the community of the global ataxia members, and we look forward to starting formal
Δεν είχαμε καμία επαφή με την αταξία του Φρίντριχ, ενημερωνόμαστε γι' αυτό. Κάθε λεπτό που περνάει και κάθε στιγμή που περνάει, εγώ εντυπωσιάζομαι ακόμα περισσότερο από τη δύναμη ψυχής.
I am really impressed with the example that you said. Our next speaker is a big example. I didn't know that. I am a journalist. I should have known him. And it will be a great honor to take an interview.
Does Kyle hear us?
Excellent. Kyle Bryant is together with us. It's a great honor to be with us. I give the floor to Mr. Theodosis Lapatas to coordinate the discussion. Speaker, η ομιλήτρια δεν είναι στο μικρόφωνο. Πάλι.
I think it's going to be a weird panel, but bear with us. Οπότε, κάντε λίγο υπομονή, θα το κάνουμε. So, Kyle, can you introduce yourself, please?
Είμαι και δημοσιογράφος, θα έπρεπε να τον γνωρίζω και θα είναι πολύ μεγάλη μου τιμή στο μέλλον να του πάρω και μια συνέντευξη, Βασίλη.
She repeats again what she said earlier on. Mr. Brian Kyle, I repeat.
Let's do it the Greek way, because we are people of patents, so we know how to do stuff, right? So
Okay, all right. Now I'm not hearing the English.
So
you need to
live stream off.
Thank you for having me.
Have the live stream on towards the live stream, and then you have the Zoom as well, and we have double the sound of them. So
I really wish I was there with you. I have seen some pictures of some incredible friends, and I'm so glad that you guys are doing this.
Katerina, let's start with you. I'm switching to Greece, fully sorry for that. Kyle, I hope you hear the translation.
Good evening, dear Kyle. This is the interpreter speaking. Can you hear me? My name is Katerina. I was 9 years old when I was diagnosed with Friedreich's ataxia. And how do you see? How have you experienced ataxia? I am trying. I'm trying harder and I feel that I can manage in the end.
So Jessica, tell us about something about yourself, introduce to us, and let us know how Friedreich ataxia has become a thing for you and your life and your beloved ones.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you for being with us here. I am Jessica Peza, Far Ambassador from Albania. I am 26 years old and I was diagnosed with Friedreich's ataxia when I was 19 years old. I know it may sound a little bit ridiculous, but I want to thank this disease for making today the person that I am, more strong, more powerful. And thanks to this disease, I have loved myself more. And yeah, you can ask.
Don't worry about that. So let's start here in also Chrysanthi.
Γεια σας, είμαι η Χρυσάνθη Ζούβα.
My name is Chrysanthi. I belong to the Association of Friedreich's Ataxia. I am extremely happy that at last we have an organization of such a conference. It was a dream of life. I am 39 years old. I was diagnosed when I was 20 in a period of time that nobody knew what Friedreich ataxia is. The first symptoms began when I was 17 with some light instability. And I visited various doctors, but nobody knew what was it. And the diagnosis took place 3 years later. The rest I will carry on later on. Good evening. I am Chrysanthi. I am 15 years old. My twin sister, I was diagnosed as well from a virus that I suffered. We searched and we found out that it was Friedreich's ataxia, but we didn't know exactly what was wrong with us until today that we have learned, we have found out, and I am very happy that I am here with all of you, that you are helping. And I would like to thank you very much for managing it.
Kyle, can we move to you? So,
Kyle, would you like to Carry on, please.
Jessica Peza, Fair Ambassador from Albania. I am 26 years old and I was diagnosed with ataxia when I was 19 years old. I know it may sound a little bit ridiculous, but I want to thank this disease for making.
I think I'm hearing a bunch of it's repeating the audio. Anyway, if this is the right spot for me, I'm gonna say I was born in California. Oh. Okay, I think I got it now. I was born in California and I got really involved in the FA community and started riding my bike and got more and more involved and fell in love with the people in the community and the friends I made. And I just wanted to keep going. And that, I think that's where I find myself even today with the introduction to all of you and many more people in the global community. And I'm really excited to be involved from here on out and see what we can all do together.
Thank you, Kyle. So, Alexander Michi, ο λόγος σε εσένα. Περιμένουμε να ακούσουμε.
Alexandros, you have the floor.
Να προχωρήσουμε λίγο σε πιο ωραίες ερωτήσεις και να ακούσουμε ωραίες ιστορίες.
Χαίρομαι και εγώ που είμαι σε αυτή τη συνεδρία που με καλέσατε.
I am extremely happy that you have invited me in this event. I am 35 years old and I was diagnosed in 2005. But 2 years before the first symptoms arose, I was late to realize both myself and the people around me. And I was not interested in doing something special about it. But I will mention more details later.
So, Kyle, what do you think we should discuss first? Give us, give the rhythm for us.
Well, I want to hear what everyone is proud of. We're all proud of things in our lives, no matter what we're dealing with, whether it's Friedreich's ataxia or a lot of other challenges in life. And I'd love to hear what everyone is proud of.
Sure. So, Χρυσάνθη, γιατί πράγμα είσαι περήφανη, αυτό μας ρωτήσει ο Κάιλ, κάνουμε έτσι μια κυκλική πάλι, να δούμε λίγο τις απόψεις όλων.
Λοιπόν, εγώ είμαι περήφανη που...
I am proud that I have got to know all these people that are here today. I would like to thank you once again.
Δεν το περίμενα, αλήθεια.
I did not really expect this to happen today. That since I was 8 years old and I am now 15, I did not expect so quickly to get to know so many people that they have the same disease. And I have met really fabulous people, excellent people, wonderful people. Thank you very much once again.
Εγώ είμαι περήφανη για αρκετά πράγματα.
I am proud for many things. All these years that I am a patient with Friedreich's ataxia. First of all, I am proud because I am still fighting. It is very important for us patients to fight, but also for our parents who we are trying to make them understand that we fight hard, that we are going to go to the end all together. And I am proud that we made this association. That is to say, 20 years after I have been diagnosed, 2 years ago only it was that we made an association, because in Greece, and we found out in Greece that we have many people, we all united and we became a family. It is extremely important to talk in Viber, in Facebook, on the phone, with mails. Each and every one of us was alone, but now we are all together. I think it is extremely important. And I am very proud that I participate in all these things. That
είναι πάρα πολύ περήφανη λοιπόν που είμαστε μια μεγάλη οικογένεια.
I am very proud that we are a big family, that we fight and we carry on fighting for all these things.
Jessica, let's hear your view.
Kyle?
Okay.
No?
This disease has taught me how to love myself more, how to accept myself as the way I am, with my perfections and my imperfections. FA has taught me how to be quite patient and remind me that slowly is the fastest way to get where I want to be.
Katerina, get ready.
Λοιπόν, ήρθε η σειρά μου. Γεια σας και πάλι. Εγώ είμαι περήφανη γιατί...
Good evening once again. I am proud because I didn't know how much strength I had inside me, and my family has helped me quite a lot in this, and I didn't believe that in the beginning. I didn't believe that we will manage, that we will find a drug. And I am proud that I am together with you here today, and I am experiencing what I am experiencing, really. Alexandros, what are you proud? What are you proud about? Good evening once again. I am very proud that I got to know all these people, that we speak together on a daily basis. I am very proud of my parents, my relatives, my friends, that they have supported me all these years, and I am proud of myself that I have never given up, and I am still fighting. But pride, as you know, is a daily issue, and you have to fight for it every day, every night, 24 hours a day. Thank you.
Ωραία. Later we can have questions, sure, no worries, but let's have a question later, okay? So I think it's my turn to say for what I'm proud of. So, είμαι περήφανος πρώτα απ' όλα να πω την αλήθεια για την οικογένεια.
I am proud of my family, with my wife. I am very proud of what has happened today, all the effort that is taking place. We have an umbrella and a storm which is called difficult access to people with rare diseases, but what Alexandros and Xanthi said, never give up. Never give up.
Kyle, so what are you proud for?
You guys really hit me right in the heart today, just now. I'm, in my head, I was like, all right, I'm proud of all these things I've done. But I am so proud that I haven't given up too. I feel like I've heard that from people to just now in this session, and I'm proud of that as well. And just sometimes just getting to the next day is the challenge, right? And then we come upon a beautiful day and we get to meet friends, and we're proud of what we do. And it's because we got through that really tough day that we get to experience the beautiful things in life. And I guess, hearing all of you say that, that's what I'm proud of as well, is getting through the tough days to be able to get to the beautiful days.
Nice, nice. Thank you for these very nice and wise words. So what's next, Kyle? Come on, it was only the first question.
We're all here together to get to a treatment and a cure for FA for us and for many of our friends. And it takes all of us to contribute to be able to get there. All of us pushing in the same direction. And so I want to know how everyone contributes to the FA community. There's so many different ways to contribute. And, it's not one thing. It's not two things. There's so many different ways. And I want to hear how everyone contributes to the FA community.
Sure. Let me translate here. Οπότε, Κατερίνα, σωστά?
Ναι.
Σωστά. Λοιπόν, υπάρχουν πολλοί τρόποι να συνεισφέρει στην κοινότητα της αταξίας του Φρίντριχ, όπως μας είπε και ο Κάιλ, και τους χρειαζόμαστε όλους αρρωγούς σε αυτή την προσπάθεια. Ποια βλέπεις να είναι η συνεισφορά σου σε αυτή την κοινότητα των
Kyle, the guy is just translating what you have just said.
Ναι. Να μιλάω σε διάφορους.
To speak with various people for the problems.
Προσπαθώ να με καταλάβουν.
I am trying to make them understand.
Τέλεια. Και πιστεύεις ότι έτσι θα βοηθήσει?
And do you believe that this way the community will get aware of what is happening? Yes. Jessica.
Question from Kyle, so
yes.
How you can contribute?
Well, I try to spread awareness about FA all over the world through the social media, especially on my Instagram, which is a page dedicated to FA. I share their daily routines, how I dance, how I walk, everything. I also coordinate meetings on Skype with Albanian and Kosovo group. There are a lot of people from Albania, Kosovo, North Macedonia, Montenegro. We speak the same language, and every month we do our meetings there on Skype. And
thank you, Jessica. So let's move to Xanthi.
Λοιπόν, πώς βοηθάω την κοινότητα.
I am helping the community.
Όλοι έχετε δει
I believe all of you have seen a photograph of mine in Facebook. The last 3 or 4 years, I have taken photographs with banners. Friedreich's Ataxia, do something about it. Therefore, I have an active participation in the social media, which is a part of the society, and it is very easy for us in the Facebook or any page to see something, to inform people, to make people aware of what Friedreich's ataxia is. Now, from then on, I have participated as a vice president and as a patient with my personal story. I have given interviews to journalists in magazines, periodicals, on the internet, and also a very significant part is education. I have attended schools. I have given speeches to students, university students, for my personal story. I think this is extremely important because we let people know what are the rare diseases, what is Friedreich's ataxia, and how is it to live and experience such a disease. From then on, I have participated with Kyle and Farah in cycle riding organizations, and since I have been involved with amateur sport, I am a champion in riding. I spend a lot of time with amateur sport, and it's something that gave me more courage, and it is something that I highly recommend to all the other patients to get strength and make a step forward. And through sport, I can and I am given the opportunity to talk about Friedreich's ataxia. That's all.
Εγώ σε κάθε νέο άνθρωπο που γνωρίζω.
In every young person that I meet, I talk about my instability because it is obvious to everybody, and that's how I go forward. I have no hesitation to talk about it. I like talking about it to every human being I meet, because this way we give strength and courage to other people to express themselves and take out of their heart something that it is rare, as I have something rare, to speak openly about it and let people know what this rarity is and help them. And as I was helped, I made a step forward. I am in this position now that I have always been dreaming of. I have always wanted to have a drug discovered in order to be treated, in order to have a therapeutic approach. Alexandros.
Κοινότητα της αταξίας.
Βέβαια, όπως είπαν και οι προηγούμενοι,
as the previous speakers said,
μίλαγα και εγώ σε φίλους.
I was speaking to people, friends, acquaintances at a younger age. I went to schools, primary schools, gymnasiums, and I mentioned the issues of my disease, and therefore the people were informed about it. They knew about me because I was never isolated at home. I was always going out into villages, small towns near my city. Of course, I faced some problems of accessibility. However, these never stopped me. I never gave up. And I still visit to primary schools because the main problem is the young children, that they do not understand what this is all about. And young children must be educated because they are going to grow up into the society. That's it.
Να πω έτσι και λίγο την μικρή μου εμπειρία. Εγώ είμαι
My own experience.
3 χρόνια σίγουρα δεν είχα τίποτα για την ταξία και σίγουρα δεν είχα συμβάλει πουθενά.
3 years ago, after the diagnosis, I met Mr. Karadzias, and within 3 months, we talked about Friedreich's ataxia. We made, it was a great campaign by Kyle, and Chrysanthi was involved as well. And we had the global recognition of ataxia. We want to mobilize people and find a drug. In order to achieve this, people must know what you are talking about. Therefore, to try to mobilize and inform people is great, because I am saying that because we feel sometimes that we are different, that we are rare. Therefore, what I am trying to contribute, I work in marketing, is how to bring into the circle of ataxia people that want to help. And I meet a lot of people who want to help, and I think this is a very positive approach. Kyle, how do you contribute?
So share please the thing with us.
Yeah, first of all, I want to say that, I think if some people see a doctor that hasn't seen FA before, they hear that there's nothing you can do. And we feel a little helpless. But when we hear from all the people in this just in this panel today, we can really understand that there is so much we can do. And there's so many ways we can help the community and get closer to a treatment. For me, I follow what I love to do. I love to be on my trike, and I love to be cycling as much as possible. And to be able to turn that into a way to unite the community and raise funds and push research for a treatment and a cure forward is just so fulfilling and amazing to me. And to do that in the context of so many other people globally pushing in the same direction, it's just so incredibly encouraging to be a part of this community.
Thank you, Kyle. Thank you. I'm sure you are pushing the awareness for the community so much. I think we have planned a bunch of questions, but let's do one more, and then let's try to get some questions from our guys that are on the room, okay? So hit us for the third time, and then let's go freestyle, okay?
I think that one of the things that drives us is hope. I think that's a big part of life, hope for the future. And so what I want to know from everybody is, what is your hope for the future?
Οπότε, Χρυσάνθη Junior, προς αυτό συστήθηκες, ποια είναι η ελπίδα σου για το μέλλον?
Εύχομαι να βγει...
I hope that we are going to get this drug, of course, to be active and help us. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less.
Πάρα πολύ.
Yes, it is a hope that we have. Chrysanthi, a very beautiful girl.
Η ελπίδα μου λοιπόν για το
My hope for the future is the good quality of life that can unite us and the good quality of life of our families, which includes, of course, good quality of life includes a series of factors and the drug, a series of things that we need so that we can all have good quality of life, better access to treatment, access to drugs, access to everything, and of course, to remain all of us united and get and gather together. That's extremely important.
Jessica, up to you.
I truly believe in a treatment or a cure for all of us. It's just a matter of time. I know that the time will come, and when the time will come, I will look above the sky and say, this is for you, to all the friends that we lost because of Friedreich's ataxia.
Irina?
Εγώ έχω το μέλλον μου, το βλέπω με αυτό το φάρμακο.
I see the future with this drug. I believe that it will come up, and that's where all my hopes are. Alex, I would like to say that, of course, it is self-evident that the drug or some kind of pharmaceutical help, but the main thing is the way of life, the quality of life. Because I live in a village, in a very small town, and the quality of life is not good at all. I am away from a big city, Athens, Thessalonica, or some other big city. Life is of isolation and exclusion from everything. The city of Arta, where I live, there is no access anywhere for me. Of course, I do not have such a problem because someone will help, someone will do something for me. But this is not only for me. We are talking about the rest of the people. Because it's me today in the wheelchair. So tomorrow there will be someone else. And this way of life must change radically in all cities, towns, villages. Small, big, medium-sized, that's no difference. Thank you very much. Apart from the long-term hope, which is a drug, I want to have a look in the near future, 2023. Two patients with clinical studies in Greece, with one hope. Another hope to have a drug and not to have access. That is what I dread, and I am really looking forward to the next panel to listen to these things. Speaker of the microphone. There are.
Έχει συμβουλεύσει, θα με συνοδεύσει από τι μου πει. Και τέλος θέλω να πω ότι...
Finally, I have a hope that finally, as it was said earlier on, something organized. That is to be given the opportunity in an organized way with the help of Vasilis and the association to organize something in order to have one chance more. One chance is one chance. Kyle.
My hope for the future is very similar to everybody else's. I hope and I'm confident that we will get to a treatment for FA because we'll never give up. That's one thing I heard from everyone today, and that's what makes me confident that we will get there eventually. And our quality of life is very improved, I think, by coming together and just sharing with each other our challenges and realizing that we're not alone. And so my hope for the future is that that continues and we continue to enable a better quality of life for each other.
Thank you, Kyle. So, Vasily, let's try to get some more stories from patients.
Vasily.
Why not also from you?
Yeah, we had a great panel. Thank you all. Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, Alex. It's a wonderful, it was very touching. It was fantastic. So, I think that this, let's say...
He wants to make a question. So, George, please make a question.
Yes. Hello, Kelly. My friend in Facebook. Θα το πω ελληνικά. Πώς σε βοηθάει
How does exercises help you? Out of 100%, doing your exercises, how much does it help you?
As he claimed, I cannot confirm that. How the gym that you are doing is helping you to everyday life with ataxia?
How what's helping me? I'm sorry.
How gymnastics?
Exercise. Yeah. I think that exercise for me, I think we can all feel it, that if we don't do it for a little while, you can feel how it affects your body. And I think that it is a matter of just keeping moving, right? And the more we do that, I think a rising tide lifts all boats. And so when we exercise, I think it improves everything. It improves the way we feel physically and the way we feel about ourselves. Just doing something for yourself, I think, improves self-confidence. And while there's so many physical things about exercise that benefit the body, there's so much benefit to the mind and just the way you see yourself as well.
Thank you, Kyle. So, Vasily, up to you.
So let's salute and applaud all our panelists here. It was a great session. Ευχαριστούμε πολύ. We will keep on fighting and working all together for this inspirational kids and patients. You are in a family, and Kyle, thank you for being a role model for everyone else. And you are an inspiration because you give, you get along, you be in front, and you give this, let's say, opportunity to everyone to understand that, as the girls told, if we will not speak for ourselves, we cannot wait for others to speak on our behalf. So thank you again. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Φύγαμε. In us, I think that we will have in us the last session and the panelists, Mr. Philippou and Mr. Koletis. I will switch to Greek for the Greek community, so for the translation need to be again. Okay.
I would like to say good evening to the last panel of the day, Mr. Koletis, who is the president of the National Committee of Clinical Research, professor of cardiology, and Mr. Philippou Dimitrios, president of the National Organization of Medicines and a professor at the Kapodistrian University of Athens. Also, I would like to welcome the friend and specialist in rare diseases, Mr. Athanasiou of EMA Pediatric Committee, specialist in clinical studies, pediatrician ones, member of 95 of Hierordis,
και τον μπαμπά του Ερμή. Και ο μπαμπάς του Ερμή. Μάσκαρα αντίστροφα. Ο μπαμπάς του Ερμή.
Is the father of Hermes.
Όλους που είστε μαζί μας.
Thank you very much for being with us. We would like to thank Mr. Koletis. You have the floor.
Πάρα πολύ. Δεν ξέρω αν ακούγομαι καλά.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me well? Thank you very much for the invitation. I am sorry that finally I couldn't be there with you. I have some thoughts.
I think that we will have in us the last session and the panel. Κύριε Κολέτη, θα κλείσετε το live, θα αφήσετε μόνο το Zoom. Ωραία. Να ξεκινήσουμε με τον κύριο Φιλίππου. Ωραία. Κύριε Φιλίππου, αν μας ακούτε, κύριε Πρόεδρε...
Mr. Philippou, President, thank you very much for being with us. I know you are abroad. I know that you took some time to be with us. It is important because all of us, all the patients, all the community that are together with us believes that we are in very interesting times where treatment may be close. We don't know the horizon, but it may be close. Therefore, the role of the National Medicine Association is very important. Thank you very much. You have the floor. Good evening. Thank you very much for inviting me. There was no case that I would be absent. I am a doctor, as you know. I am devoted to patients. It is a great pleasure to be in the first conference for Friedreich's ataxia, but I am in France. I don't want to delay you. I have a very brief presentation which aims at telling us where we stand regarding the new treatments, what do we expect, and how we can bring these treatments much closer to us as soon as possible. We should know that we have managed to bring faster than any other country in Europe treatment that patients need. Characteristic examples, inosis, many others. Now, Friedreich's ataxia, because I know the conference is bilingual, I have made my slides in English. So, Friedreich's ataxia, I think all the distinguished guests, because you had an excellent agenda and specialized people, it is a rare disease with these symptoms. But what is important is that we are in a period of time that we get away from the standardized treatments, and we have more targeted research and is targeting into these three categories. What is of direct interest for the patients is the development of the gene therapy in order to have the frataxin replacement, which, as we know, is decisive for the development of the disease. We are in the time where we have a turning point. The research in medical science is directed into rare diseases. Together with the pharmaceutical industry, we try to find treatments from research that is promoted from the universities and then to research. So if we see the map of research on a global level in the last 10 years, we shall see that we have a lot of achievements for diseases that in the past were thought to be not cured. But things have changed radically, and we are not talking about the improvement of quality of life, but for the survival of patients with good quality of life. I consider that your disease is one of the forthcoming ones. We must be a little bit patient. Why? Because the development of a drug is a process that it's difficult. From the 1,000 molecules that we have, in order to have them on the stage of clinical research will be very few, and very few of them will come to the end user. Now, look, because we are talking about a disease that it is a rare one of excellent interest, therefore, in our mind, we should have that we are all going to be together, and our organization is ready to give you any kind of advice. And as we did with all the patients, we can do it together. We can have a meeting, put everything on the table, and see how we can have faster access to whatever is being produced on an international level. Therefore, as soon as we get away from this difficult part, the development, the assessment of the molecules, we get to the part of the clinical research that Mr. Koletis is going to talk about. From this phase, I think we can work together in cooperation with your doctors, because we have specific centers that deal with Friedreich's ataxia, so that we can get in touch with the companies and try to claim not only more studies, but more patients from the studies. Then, what is of great importance, we come to this part. In commercially available drugs, we are at the initial stage, the studies. We have the studies, but if we cannot have a very strict criteria to choose patients, we will try to have two other options to the patients, and this is early access. Patients that are excluded from the clinical studies, we can talk with the companies so that we can create programs of customized or group access. What will we achieve? We will achieve the earlier possible to offer treatment that potentially will be effective to our patients, because if you see the pharmaceutical market, from the research, clinical research, to the introduction of the drug to the market, licensing and the compensation, which is the process of HTA and the negotiation committee, there is a time limit that may be up to 3 years. I do not consider that, since we are talking about a small number of patients with heavy symptoms, I don't think we should wait. Altogether, we have to cooperate and find the easiest solutions. And the easiest solutions are clinical studies, with which we can get in touch with the companies, with the centers, so that we can have a big number of studies or a big number of patients in one study. So that means that all the patients must be informed, and those that fulfill the criteria to be included in the study. The National Medical Association and the ethical code work very fast. On the other hand, the patients that do not fulfill the criteria will go to the other pillar, which is to claim a program of early access, either individual or group one, so that at the to have the drug as soon as possible, because I consider that we are close to the development of a gene therapy. And there is the third solution for those that do not fulfill the previous two criteria, are the doctors themselves. And if there is the need, the necessity for the drug, after it has gone through the clinical research, they can try to bring it through our request to AOP, so that it can come through the effect, which is the subsidiary of our organization. You are not alone. You are not alone. There are people around you here to help you. So the cooperation that was enlarged through COVID pandemic is the way in order to have a better level of life. You are not alone. All the academia, the research bodies, the national bodies are with you. The state is with you in order to offer you whatever is best. I consider that we are going to have good news for you very soon. Perhaps we should have a meeting in order to organize the next steps. Thank you very much indeed. Hope for the best. Thank you, President. Indeed, this is extremely important. All this framework that you gave us and your contribution. And of course, we are going to meet in order to plan together the next steps. I think that today's event shows that the academia, the scientists, our doctors, the companies that support this effort and the experiment, and the patients and the regulatory authorities can be together. I think all these things are very important. Thank you very much. We have a very good experience. You were always there, and we hope that you will keep working with us so that we can have immediate access. Thank you. Mr. Koletis, I think, is ready. Good evening, Mr. Koletis. Hello again. Sorry about what happened, what went wrong before. So I was saying that I wanted to share with you some thoughts. I don't know whether you can see my slides now. Yes, we can. President, ladies and gentlemen, I think that it's time we thought it's time we had some radical changes and in the way that we think in the field of research. In the previous century, we had a lot of progress in this field, and as a result, we observed a huge reduction of mortality from natural causes. As Mr. Philippou said, this research was intensified. Furthermore, I would say from the 90s onwards at a great degree. However, if we observe here, I don't know whether you can see the arrow, you will see that in the last 20 years, there has been a stability in mortality and life expectancy at birth. I have the data from the United Nations as from 1950s today. I have chosen 3 countries, United States, Switzerland, and Greece, and this is the curve of life expectancy. It is similar in the 3 countries. Let's take Greece, for example, and we see that after the big progress in the previous century, the last 20 years, we see that this development has lost its potential, its dynamic. And although we have a huge increase in the number of clinical research, impressive one. We see in the last 20 years, in 2000 up to date, you see the increase in the number of clinical research and clinical studies. However, till today, humanity is fighting with the suspects, that is to say cancer, cardiovascular diseases, and of course rare diseases that we are talking about today, which as a number are over 7,000 rare diseases, and in total they are not that rare because they are on average 7% of diseases in Europe. Here in the graph we see the private funds that have been given for the research, and we see that cancer, of course, has got the biggest number, and then we have the other diseases, and rare diseases are not present in this graph. In order to tackle this problem, since 1983 in the United States, we had a definition of the rare disease. Then we had Japan with a definition, and then the rest of the countries, the European Union last, which defined what a rare disease is and institutionalized what is orphan treatment. And we see here the prerequisites and addresses to the pharmaceutical industry aiming at attracting the funds for orphan drugs for rare diseases. These companies that choose to have this research, they have some privileges, consulting services from EMA and local agencies. They are relieved from some taxes and other privileges. And of course, the most important one is the exclusive distribution of the drug for 10 years. But now this is the private sector. Now let's see the funds from the public sector. Let's take the country, United States, and we see the funds from 1994 till today from NIH. And we see after the big increase from the 90s that we said up to the beginning of our century, we see a reduction, a decrease of the funds from NIH. In total, here we can see 2018, the public funds in the United States for medical research. The number is huge, it's $14 billion. However, it's much less of the money for military equipment. But even this money, the 43 billion, are not given easily. The researchers in the United States are obliged to write proposals on a constant basis in order to carry on the research. And we estimate that 50% of a researcher's time is writing proposals. Things are worse in this. However, there is something consoling. Small, but of the percentage of the fund for research derives from non-profit organizations, institutes. This is the black one, the black color was the one, and the actions of the Association for Friedreich's Ataxia gives us a hope that this course of action can carry on in Greece. I'm not going to tire you. Let's go back to the initial question. Why, although we have this research, the life expectancy is not increasing significantly, although we have scientific personnel very well trained and educated. This is data from UNESCO, which shows the number of postgraduate postdocs internationally that are trained in a specific center. You see, we have a huge leap in the number, and the main one is we see the number of publications in medicine. Here you can see this is impressive. Up to 1990, we had a little increase, and from 1990, we have an exponential increase into the number of medical publications. In recent years only, they are more than all the period of time since the Second World War until the beginning of this century. Why? Why is this happening? This paradox is happening. The reasons are very many. However, I believe that one reason that I want to highlight is the clinical research's promotion. I believe that clinical researches are the king of research. Very often, though, are taking place without adequate preclinical data, without sufficient adequate support. The clinical studies are the king, and the biggest part of the research, 90% of the funds are given for clinical studies and only 10% for preclinical studies. And how is it possible of this paradox? We are in society of knowledge. And why are we lagging behind? Because there is a big difference between knowledge and comprehension, understanding. Comprehension, understanding means the plethora of knowledge that we possess to connect it, to connect the puzzle and shape up a hypothesis, which hypothesis or a supposition will be studied in preclinical periods of time and on clinical research. And there must be, we should not have a gap, we should have a channel of communication of preclinical research, all the hypotheses to be trialed in clinical researches, not see clinical researches as a yes or a no or a p-value. The questions that arise from the clinical researches to get back to the basic research, to the preclinical research, and be studied from scratch. And as Mr. Philippou said, I think this field is the field in which we have the pharmaceutical industry and the universities meet. It is the sector that they have to cooperate, these two bodies, aiming at progress and the common good. And I think it's they both can gain. They can get the bad things of the academic society, which perhaps the research is not useless, and science has surprises. And of course, the universities, they can contribute and they can take a lot from the pharmaceutical companies, the organization, the targeting, and so they can get out of the crisis that we have in universities, not only in Greece, I believe, but globally. And something last, I believe that history has taught us that progress in the field of medical science and research and technology in general must go hand in hand with the development of values. And if there is, if these two things do not go hand in hand, then we have a crisis in culture and a crisis in value. Let's go back in 1961, where two American scientists discovered the vaccine for polio. The vaccine was very cheap, and as a result, millions of children saved. And let's compare it with today's situation with the vaccines for COVID. President, ladies and gentlemen, I think the message of the conference is that together we are going to win. Says it all. All the stakeholders, public, private sector, the state, the auditing, the universities, the academia must unite for the common good, for the progress into the medical biological research. Thank you very much. And I believe indeed that the exemplary change will be put into practice. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Koletis. I am sure that we proved today that together we will manage, because many times we say things that they sound nice, but when you invest on this, when you make steps of cooperation, then you become a valuable collaborator through continuous improvement of the effort, and through actions we can have a really hopeful result.
Thank you very much, because we have both of you here today. I would like to raise a question, because we have many participants from our area. This is not like Belgium, that the clinical trials are integrated at hospitals. So we can have a hot spot at areas, regions. That will be beneficial to neighboring countries and the community. How far away is this idea to be implemented? In the previous two meetings that we had, we raised this issue, how we can be a more international center. We have requests from India to participate, to have patients participating in clinical trials. Mr. Filippo, I think that this can be achieved. It is feasible. We talked, we raised all the legal and the practical issues. I think that this is not very far away, Mr. Filippo. The introduction of the patient is not the problem. We don't care whether the patient comes from North Macedonia or Greece, etc. The problem is structural. We have not followed the course of the other countries. Only in recent years, we have exerted huge effort in order to create the conditions to have clinical trials. So we see the following. Although we have many clinical trials in numbers, the number of patients that participate is very small. Why? Because we're not fully organized. So what I would see as a first phase is to have the legislative framework for clinical trials at hospitals. We have some interventions there. The second thing is to train the staff, because don't forget, clinical trials are completely different. We're talking about a high quality provision of services, certified. So the centers must be certified, specific training and control is required, at the same time to have the training of the staff. And the third point is that the patient should be informed, because it's not only you that try to find a solution. Many patients in the past did not see clinical trials positively. They thought that they were guinea pigs. One of the good things, the positive things that the COVID pandemic gave us is that it familiarized us with the idea of the clinical trials. So we need a gradual approach. Infrastructure, personnel, staff, and patients. Many things have been done, and we will continue to do many things. We need your cooperation, don't forget that. So, a positive thing that we could say, and we could draw from this meeting today, is to coordinate a meeting of all involved parties and the companies that are active in clinical trials, the centers, because we need specialized centers in order to have the clinical trials, have the registries. For the other diseases, we needed 2 months only. If we cooperate, the things will move forward. You have to inform your people for the therapeutic choices and all the data that are required for the patients themselves and the carers, because in this disease, the role of the carers is of crucial importance. Thank you very much, Mr. Colletis, Mr. Filippo, for your contribution. The cooperation offer, of course, we are going to cooperate, do our very best so that our patients will see that the state is standing by them. Thank you very much. Good night. Dimitri, I think that this was a very fruitful day. You have a picture from the Pediatric Committee of EMA. I think that we covered a big part of the spectrum, starting from the symptomatic treatment up to clinical trials, basic research, and of course, we listen to the stories of our patients and the regulatory framework. What is the conclusion, the message that you can draw? I think that it is a unique conference, unique meeting, because you are unique, our children are unique, and this means that we keep trying, because I'm 10 years ahead of you. Two messages from our community. The family is one. Children have different names and different faces. What I can tell you is that from the committees of the EMA, high technology, 80% is for rare diseases. In the pediatric committee, more than 70%, everything that is new in the development all over the world is for rare diseases. And the big part is from neuromuscular diseases. This is not accidental. You see that there is much interest. If I can give you a message from our condition that 40 years later, the last 10 years, we started with 7 clinical trials, and nowadays we have 70 clinical trials in the USA, Europe, all over the world. There is cooperation between our associations. And the second thing is that the last 10 years, there were very small groups of population, but what increased the life expectancy by 7 years is the care given to our children. Each one of us has a role to play. Scientists, regulators have a specific part to play. You, as patients, and we, as parents, you, the carers, you have to play your own part today, and our job is to fight for tomorrow. These are my final words. I was very proud to be with you. Thank you for the invitation. And honestly, I can tell you that we belong to the same community, to the same family. I think that with this optimistic message, we are going to end today's conference. Thank you very much, all of you that attended the conference, although it is quite late. We would like to thank the pharmaceutical companies that supported us, the physicians, the researchers, and our family becomes stronger every day, better every day. Thank you very much. I would like to thank all the brave people that stayed here, Mr. Karadzias, everybody that participated in the success of today's conference. And of course, I will ask you not to stay this success. I work for Institute, Pasteur Institute. I am here for you. An excellence center, a center of excellence for neurodegenerative diseases. Me personally, I have worked for many years at various hospitals, and I have experienced the idea of stigma, marginalization, the hope and despair. But I'm here today because ataxia visited my family 40 years ago, diagnosed at the age of 13 and now aged 53. And although we talk about life expectancy, is quite small for these diseases, and this was the opportunity to meet Mr. Karadzias and all of you. Internet, technology, writing for your rights. These are the things that this person does. I have experienced, I repeat again, ataxia because of this member of my family, and I know the feelings of the families that have to face the idea of the chronic disease and the unknown. Two things that bring changes of emotions in the same day. Pride, self-despair, hope and despair. If the drug that we're expecting in 2 days is not here, and many times this is a threat for the family cohesion. The first drug that you have is the family love, support all the members. And the second thing is the quality of life and access. We live in a city that does not have specific parts for pedestrians. So we have to think of all the parameters for our lives. The persons that face mobility issues must be able to go around in the city, and also we are vulnerable to people that sell hope. I have experienced this as well, and this is my conclusion. Never stop trusting science and never become victims of people that are not scientists and try to sell treatments. Ask for the help of your physicians and be sure that very soon you're going to have the drug that you're expected. And I remember that I had a director in the past that used to say that appointments are set booked by life. My mother has an autoimmune disease. Her name is Mahi, fight. And I am committed that everything that you may need, I am here to help you, to stand by you. I don't move very easily, but today I was very much moved by your story.